Good morning, my name is Lydia Aguiar. I'm an analyst from Fijan. I will be here in this event today and tomorrow. Audio describing myself. I'm a white woman of 39 years old with glasses, dark hair, with a blazer and a social shirt. Welcome to the seminary. It's a place where we have challenges about the systemic hydric solutions. We are going to talk about solutions based on nature, reuse, in natural infrastructure, extreme climate changes, recovery and restoration and reinvestments, the development of community, hydric efficiency, and business strategies. I would like to pass on the floor to the president from Fijan, Isaac Plasta. Good morning, everybody. I would like to welcome you all in this Hydric Safety Seminary from 2024, which is a first-time partnership from Fijan, our home, yours, with CEBDS. And I would like to thank the Secretary, Bernardo Austin, for giving us the prestige of being here with us, giving us the support to all the work that have been done by Fijan team. I would like to say that nowadays we have renowned professionals, even from abroad, that in this meeting here we'll talk about a strategic topic for business that are very important for the world industry. Water, ladies and gentlemen, is much more important than when we open the faucets in our homes. We need to remember that it needs to be naturally produced, provisioned for, and be available in quantities and with quality throughout the whole time. The seminary we have here today in our house focus in natural resources management, since the internal management in the industry with the hydric efficiency, with reuse of water and its reuse, with the management that goes beyond the industries in a landscape that we consider all the natural infrastructure and other aspects as community engagement and impact on climate extreme events, be it for excess, be it for a lack of it. It's key to take into consideration in our complex business the hydric security and safety, and some of the events like the rain, we have a minimum or no control. And with the climate change scenario, as we can see nowadays, and the intensification of extreme climate events, it's very difficult to forecast how things will happen. Therefore, we are facing an uncertainty scenario, not only about hydric lacks, but also fatalities and destruction that we face. And in this scenario, Fijan has the commitment of engaging the industry and show that the private sector is not only part of the solution, but it's a key piece for the structural solutions to work with our natural resources, which is the limiting factor for our economical development. I would like to highlight as well that the industry here in the state of Rio de Janeiro has been adopted very relevant initiatives based on natural solutions, which is very important for the industrial sector. And Fusion encourages intensely the good practices as far as hydric safety. Last month, actually was last December, we presented during the OSCOP 28 in Dubai the bioeconomy, nature and business, and this was a work that was presented by Fusion at COP 28 that counts with 15 successful cases of projects that were implemented in the state of Rio de Janeiro and that brought modern business and initiatives that were related directly to hydric safety. And today, talking about such a diverse topic from the technology to good practices and the systems, we are going to give you top of the line knowledge and SG. And yesterday in our council meeting, the board meeting here in Fusion, we had a work that was done by Fusion related to SG, which was very objective, very well done, and I would encourage you to get to know it. And I congratulate the ones that did it. And to end, I would like to wish you all, because I talk a lot, I want to stop here. I wish you all a great event. You can always count on our house, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much, Dr. Isaac. We would like to pass on the floor to the Nature and Society Director from the Brazilian Council for Sustainable Future, Juliana Lopes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank, first of all, Fijan, CNI for this participation in the hydric safety scenario, and it's a very strategic topic. It's one of the topics for discussions in the CEBDS, which works towards the sustainable development. It was created on 2007 due to the Eco 92 that happened here in Rio de Janeiro. It is a very important agenda. We've developed a lot since then, and the challenges today are more notorious, especially with the climate changes that we face that give us a sense of more urgency to implement the strategy in our business. And this is the focus on our topic about water that is coordinated by André Melo, that is together with Fijan and Seni in the planning of the seminary. And we have a series of strategic actions to implement this agenda and to talk about the water and to give more value to this resource and consequently the hydric safety. And I would like to highlight our commitment that has to do with a lot of the discussions that we are going to have today, and it brings 6 actions, 6 commitments that the signatory industries commit themselves at least with 2 of those axes, which would be to insert water in the business strategy, which is the big objective that boosts the whole discussion to mitigate the risks related to quantity and quality of the water, to measure and communicate the hydric management, to share projects related to water. 5, to engage the whole industry chain. It's important that these efforts are not only due to operations, but everybody, and 6, to contribute with technology and others to increase human resources. So this has to do with our strategic agenda and bring points to incorporate in the corporative agenda. Another relevant point for discussion that we had last year was a study on SG and hydric circularity, and I would like to bring you some points here for the discussions that could help us today and tomorrow. One of the insights from this publication that heard industry leaders is that 67% of our associated companies consider hydric resources management as a material topic for their business. So highlighting the availability, the quality of the water as priority. Therefore, it's evident that this issue has been understood as important for the development of business, and 67% of the leaderships, directors, and CEOs are also involved in the discussions related to water management, and 50% of these companies have their CEOs personally engaged, vocalizing and participating actively in these discussions, which for us is quite an important indicator as well, because this discussion, by its relevance and connection with the nature of the business, is part of the agenda when we go to decision making. So I would like to bring these points to stimulate our debate here, so that we can discuss deeply these, and we would like to intervene in 3 strategic axes. One is training at Boca and connections, and this event shows very well how these actions are intertwined. Today we'll have the chance to be trained and also to see what are the eventual gaps in terms of public policies and implementation, and how the industry sector can help to build together these public policies and to form this partnership between Fission and Senilus and others, and how we can advance working in alliance with other stakeholders. And Isaac mentioned the relevance of the climate issues. In the beginning of this year, Anna from the National Agency for Water disclosed a study that was very important, that shows the impact of climate changes for water availability. And it has revealed that we are going to have a reduction of 40% of water availability until 2040, and this impacts immensely all sectors, all business, and this makes us work immediately. And I would like to finish my speech with this invitation to action. We hope that these discussions contribute to raise the level of our discussion, so that we can leave here with information to be able to take these topic and integrate them in the decision-making process to make policies in your companies. Thank you. Thank you very much, Juliana. I would like to also welcome and pass on the floor to the Environmental Superintendent for the National Confederation for the Industries, Marcel Bom Tempo. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, being able to talk about such an important topic. First of all, I would like to thank for Vision Partnership um, in the person of Mr. Isaac and the secretary here representing our state and CBS, CBDS, as it was said here. And it's always an opportunity for us to be able to talk about such an important topic for the whole national territory. It's an important topic that has been worked on. The Hídrica networks, we work in many different networks, but all of them very well connected, and even the Hídrica resources very well connected to CNI main strategy, which is the decarbonization. We are developing this not only at the local level, but in Brazil, but also internationally with other countries, and we've been working towards this throughout the years. It's participation towards changing energy resource. We talk about efficiency, and we've been working together with the federal government in a project called Alliance, bringing new technologies with hydrogen and carbon capture, and everything very well connected to other projects, working also in how we can expand the renewable energies and strengthen more and more the renewable uh, energy resources before the country. So we have a whole work of making new laws to regulate all these things. So we are working slowly. We are in our first phase working in Congress and with the executive power. And as Juliana said, we are very well connected with the issue of the water. We work together with Fission and other corporations with ISO internationally for 5 years. I believe that on May we are going to have the first publications for the first works, as well as in the circular economy nationally in the Congress, to in terms of being leaders in the implementation of such things. And another point that is very important as well, which is the forest preservation, which will be dealt with here in this event. But everything is connected, of course, with the hydric resource, but we see the responsibility, and the federal government sees that water and the agenda of bioeconomy has everything intertwined, and the work done by Fission in the COP28 in Dubai brings the opportunity for us to be able to encourage and give support to the biological resources exploitations like chemical for the farm and as well as the food sector, each one that will explore in the right way. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity of being here, working together. And it's always important to reinforce the importance of this topic in the industrial sector. I would like to thank you all once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. David. I'd like now to welcome the Sustainability Secretary of Rio de Janeiro, Mr. Bernardo Rossi. Good morning, everyone. Professor Isaac, INEA, the Institute, has many of your students present here today. I'd like to say hello to Mr. Falcão, the secretaries, Mr. Davi. My subsecretary said, look, we need to associate ourselves with them, David. They're very good. Thank you, Juliana. You spoke very well. I am Bernardo Rossi. The Governor Cláudio Castro gave me the opportunity to head this department of Rio, which is the Nature and Water Department. And I was paying attention to what everyone said here. And then I'd like to point out once again the potential of this issue, which is hydric security, safety, water. We spoke about carbonation, water, employment in this area, forestation, tourism, and water is involved in all this. So there's a huge potential. And you mentioned, sir, Mr. Isaac, the right thing. It's not only about turning on, opening the faucet. There's a lot going on behind that. The state government has invested a lot in hydric security. We have Blue Rio, Guanabara Zoo, many various projects, which I want to show you in more detail. Let's have another meeting with the technicians to speak about each of these projects. Blue Rio, for instance, it was an international appeal where many startups, companies came here and visited us, and they're already working. So we have Guanabara Zoo, another project. There are various partnerships with OCDE today, and Rio will become, Juliana, a blue metropolis. We are focused on that, and we will get there. There are various projects. Our hydric safety plan is underway. I have had many meetings there to strengthen this plan, as well as the contingency plan we have for it. It's a practical issue, the importance of having this plan, contingency plan. So Rio de Janeiro has been, we had Limpa Rio, the greatest investment in Rio de Janeiro history. Isaac mentioned this. I was the mayor of a small town which suffers a lot with this problem every year. So the safety of cities is involved in this, which is adaptation, mitigation. This is very important. We have our committees present here today of hydrographic basins, and Rio has 9 of them. They are very well distributed and organized. So David, the organized civil society is involved with this. Rio is well involved in this and organized as well. We have today a great program of more than 85 million reais of the Guandu Committee to take care of this. So the state of Rio is in control of all this. I was a government secretary, and I saw another side, which is the government and the governor making the greatest public concession in, which is related to SEDAI in Brazil. And I worked alongside municipalities, and today I am on another side. Today I work, Cauê, with the importance of this concession, which means bringing all this to, installed water supplies to millions and millions of people. We have critical regions and areas such as Paquetá, Flamengo Beach, and so this was a great turning point. And I'll tell you, after it, with our eco barriers, which is going, the Guanabara Bay will become this is clean, and this is the commitment of the government, INEA, SEA, and all of the public agents who live this, the local public power. Yes, we will transform Guanabara Bay. This will be a huge potential, which will potentialize even more our economy. We say it, we call it our sea economy, but I mean our blue economy. So, to conclude, I want to speak about a moment which we are going through right now. It has been controlled and neutralized. I want to tranquilize all of you. It is very relevant here today. I want to congratulate Firjan, Isaac, one of my first calls was to Mr. Eduardo Eugenio to say the government determined that we must focus on sustainability. So I called up all of our superintendents to instruct them in this and to create jobs. This seminar is very important. So 2 weeks ago we had a contamination in Laranjal, and in Guapimiri it was related to toluene. It is a chemical component. I did not know much about it yet. This is a chemical product. SEDAI, our water company, did an excellent job in partnership with us. We performed some tests. Now, today we have a different program. It will be launched briefly. A basin observatory. So quickly, SEDAI detected toluene pollution in the water, closed the water treatment station so no one drank contaminated water, and this partnership between INEA, SEA, and SEDAI, and Petrobras as well, we attacked it really quick and controlled toluene contamination. In 48 hours, more than 2 million people, for instance, the area of São Gonçalo, Niterói, you felt it closely, and you were able to see the importance of a contingency plan. So we did a great job in testing, limiting, controlling, closing pollution, and brought it to zero level, controlling toluene pollution and contamination. So today there's zero level of contamination, toluene contamination in the water treatment station. Now we are rebuilding. This is a hard job. We are rebuilding everything. There's a lot of work to do, but we are close to getting to zero level. So it's a very important job as well. So all this potentializes the importance of a contingency plan, of having one, having our technicians, our chemists. 2 days is not enough to speak about all of it. Yesterday, today, our technicians, they are going to participate, and some will make presentations. Rio de Janeiro is well organized, but the governor determined us to do a better and even better job. This year we will launch the greatest project in state history of reforestation. So Kongjian and the states of Rio and SESI this is a long partnership, and I want to increase it. I want to deepen it, and I want to ask you for an opportunity to visit you guys and introduce to you our plans and projects to help. Count on us, our technicians, our whole team. Okay, we still don't have people from NASA here, but we have masters and PhDs, people from all areas. Our technicians are highly qualified to help, prepared, and for a greener Rio, more sustainable Rio, count on us. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Before we begin our technical part, I have a few messages. Enrollments are open for the Kongjian Award on Sustainability 2024. You can get more info on this QR code and website. At the end of each panel, we will open the floor for Q's and A's. questions and any issues. So please use this QR code and let's begin. Jumping into our technical part. We have Mr. Gregory Holliday. He's a great leader and engager in Hídrica resources and strategic company information. He's a director of the World Business Council. He was a diplomat in the US for 22 years, worked in Washington, Latin America, and Africa. Intelligence analysis, various projects, partnerships with NGOs, civil and private organizations.
So the floor is yours.
Obrigado. Tenho que anunciar que vou dar a apresentação em inglês.
Must tell you that I will make my presentation in English. You have translation devices available here. Yes, I was an American diplomat, and I was very fortunate to be able to work in Rio. This is why I speak reasonable, medium level Portuguese. I'm just saying hello to you, and we are here to network, and I'm here to learn with you. So please don't be afraid to approach me with your questions and doubts.
Language I'm more comfortable with. As she mentioned, my name is Gregory Holliday. I work for the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, which is headquartered in Geneva. I live in Washington, D.C., and I am the director of the 50 Leader Home Coalition, which is a supported platform within WBCSD. And we're focused very specifically on bringing together the actors from all the different sectors that are focused on how to do a better job of bringing down the level of water usage in homes, and not only the water, but also the energy associated with that water. Next slide, please. Next slide. Do I have a controller here? This one? Okay, thank you. Should probably explain that in Portuguese, and I missed it. You all know, I don't have to tell you the challenges of water. That's why you came to this conference today. You are all thinking about these things all the time. You know that it is a web. Everything is connected. The water we use in one place impacts the water we use in another place. And while it is this interlink system, it's also very local. We talk about water, we can talk about national policies or regional problems, but it's also cities that have the responsibility mostly for delivering water to our homes. Our intervention very much is at the level of cities. So we all got together thinking about what were the problems with water when Cape Town had its disaster and was very close to reaching day zero. And the city of Cape Town said, everybody has to do with less water. You should have 50 liters of water per person per day. This might get us through our crisis. And so we got to thinking, well, what does that mean really? How do you bring your water usage down to 50 liters per person per day? This seems like a very low level. And in fact, you can see today that is a very low level. Most of the cities in the world are very well above that. Rio has actually brought its water usage down significantly in the last several years. Very impressive. I haven't seen actually that much movement by a lot of cities in such a short period of time. I suspect part of that was also because of Sao Paulo's water crisis, which was also about a decade ago, and became a very real existential question. And so the members of our coalition thought it's not enough to tell people to bring their water usage down to 50 liters per person per day if it's a sacrifice, if it means that they have to give up using things the way that they want to use them. Because we're humans, we're creatures of habit. We don't just sacrifice things if we can't see the immediate reward. And a lot of times we can't see the immediate reward, right? Because our water bills, for the most part, aren't that high. They don't really reflect the massive infrastructure investment that it took to get that water cleaned from the river to our sinks. And so if you ask people to reduce their amount of water, they won't save very much money. And so it's hard for people to understand why they might want to do such a thing. And so the people that came together for 50 Liter Home Coalition thought, well, let's do it in such a way that it makes people want to reduce their water. Let's reduce people's water usage in their homes in a way that they don't even know that the water is being reduced. Let's do it with better products, better coordination between companies, and better coordination with cities and utilities. Aquapolo in Sao Paulo has been treating wastewater for over a decade now. And that reuse has mostly been about industrial and commercial uses. The 50 Liter Home Coalition asked the question, well, what if we could treat and reuse wastewater right in our own homes? Just imagine the energy savings on just pumping all that water to our homes. And what if we could also reuse the heat of hot water before it goes down the drain? Imagine the energy and carbon savings from that. Oh, you did get my updated version. Thank you. So, our vision is that we come together with these irresistible innovations that can transform urban water and buildings into zero carbon, safe, and sustainable systems, right? And we realize that it's not just working with different companies, it's also working with our partners in the private sector. This is the 50 Liter Home Coalition. Our members, those 8 companies up there, you probably recognize all of them because these are global corporations. These are our dues-paying members, and they have all come to us and said, we want to figure out how we work better together to offer better products for the home. And you'll see, you may notice that some of them are actually competitive with each other. We work in a pre-competitive space because they have realized that by collaboration, they can reveal better things about their own products, because there are a lot of products that need to come to market that really don't exist yet. Our partners, the ones down below, are companies, for the most part companies, that are they're smaller and innovative. They're coming up with very new, very interesting solutions, really technological, interesting ways to approach how we can bring down water and energy usage in the home. But you'll also notice it's not just companies. U.S. Green Building Council of Los Angeles is an NGO. The city of Phoenix, the mayor is on our board of directors because it demonstrates the importance of working with the public sector. So, our approach. Technology is not going to be the only answer, right? What if we can get the water reduction and the carbon reduction together to go down so that people don't feel like they are making a sacrifice? We do this through 4 main objectives: the innovation, implementation, education, and advocacy. The innovation, a big part of the innovation is really just bringing together the different actors that we are, bringing together these companies that in some ways are competitive with each other companies that are complementary with the products that they have, but also bringing in cities, utilities, civil society, and academia to all be thinking together about what are the different barriers that we have in urban homes to using water the way we do. And I think if you just think for a minute in your own homes about the way you use water and the kind of water that you use for each job, you'll realize that there's so many improvements that need to happen, right? Think about when you wash your hands. You wash your hands, and that water, which of course is potable water, right? Because there's only one kind of water that comes to our homes, water that's ready for drinking. But you're not drinking it, you're washing your hands with it. And then it goes down the drain. Now think that maybe it's cold outside, you've heated that water. You want to wash your hands in warm water, okay? So now you've used electricity, you've used carbon to heat up that water to wash your hands. And now that hot water that has value because it's been heated is going down the drain. It was pumped to your house, that took electricity, that took chemicals to get it potable. It's now going to be pumped away from your house, and it's going to go to a wastewater treatment facility, and it's going to be mixed in with sewage water, right? Because that water needs to be treated before it goes out into the rivers and oceans. But did we need to lose all of that? Was the water that we used to wash our hands, was it so dirty? Was it so bad? What if we could reuse it in a way that was used for something that does not need to be potable in our homes, that does not need to be that level of cleanliness, maybe flushing your toilet, or maybe it's treating that water in a very light and limited way to make sure that there's no bacteria or health concerns, and reusing it in something else in your home, maybe for your laundry, maybe for watering your lawn, maybe for washing your car. So the innovation really comes from thinking about all the different ways that we should be thinking about water in the home, and then finding the actors and bringing them together. Now, the implementation part, to me, this is the exciting piece. To me, this is how we can test our theories and find out if bringing all these actors together is working. And I'm happy to say that it is. So we are doing some pilot projects. The first one we're doing is in Los Angeles. It's been going on for about a year, and I'll tell you a little bit more about what we're doing in Los Angeles as I move forward. But basically, we've got 30 homes, and we have divided them up with control homes and retrofit homes. And we're measuring the amount of water that goes that people use in these homes. And then in the retrofit homes, we're putting some products. We're trying to figure out if we can lower people's water usage by bringing these innovative products together and helping people to do a better job of managing their water usage in the home. And then we continue to monitor and measure, and so we're able to show that we do have water reduction by bringing things together. Of course, education is a part of what we do, and that's natural because we have to make sure people understand what we're learning and share our learnings so that we can have deeper conversations, because we need to constantly learn about what's going on in the market, what ideas are out there, and that's the exciting thing about working on water, right? Because there are so many different ways that we can improve the way we deliver and clean water, that there are so many different companies and organizations out there thinking about this and innovating these things, that you have to constantly be out talking to people and understanding so that you can capture those great ideas and find those partners who have the solutions that can help bring you even further. And then, of course, the advocacy piece. That's part of why I'm here today. We want to talk about what we're doing, meet new people, and bring them into the coalition. So as you go through today and listen to what we're doing, I hope that you will be thinking about your own organizations and how you might fit in and how you can help further the conversation. So under some of the innovations that we have are thinking about different ways that water is important. So we've talked about the water energy nexus. You heard me talk about how when we reduce water in the homes, we reduce the energy, right? The amount of carbon used to heat that water. And so we held a series of roundtables in London over the course of last year to really look at how do we, what are all the different aspects of that water, energy, carbon nexus, and how does London address those? Because that's going to be where we do our next implementation piece, where we do our next pilot in London. So, the ways that we are measuring the water that goes into people's home is through one of our partners, Flume. What Flume does is they have a device that goes on the outside of your home, and they can measure all the water that comes in, and then based on the way that you use that water, it can learn very quickly. Did you turn on a kitchen faucet? Did you turn on a shower? Did you flush a toilet? And it gives a tremendous amount of data to a user so they understand their own water usage. And of course, we all know that there are some of us here that just knowledge about how we use water will make us be more conscious and use less water. These devices, these are called Drupals, the ones that you attach at the point under your faucets. These are what can tell us how much hot water and how much cold water is being used. So when a faucet goes on, we can figure out sort of understand people's behavior about how much they use hot water and cold water. And so we have gone into these homes in Los Angeles, these 15 homes, and we've worked with the families, and we have installed products from Kohler, IKEA, Electrolux, and Procter & Gamble. And after we've measured and understood how people use water, then we started to introduce these products: toilets, showers, bathroom faucets, kitchen faucets, dishwashers in the kitchen, and clothes washers and dryers. And we've started to, and then we kept measuring, and we have definitely seen that water reduction is happening. And I should point out that the homes that we're using in Los Angeles were already homes that were very aware of their own water usage, because we started with Flume and their customer base. So the people that we are working with in Los Angeles are people who already of their own accord went out to Flume and said, I want to know how much water I'm using in my home. So people who are very conscientious. This is the education piece that I talked about in terms of what we are learning, the knowledge products that we are putting out, and the way we're trying to engage with people. And then, of course, our advocacy. We're at the World Water Week in Stockholm last year. I think we'll be looking at Climate Week in New York coming up in September to talk a little bit more about Los Angeles and some of the things that we're learning there. This is what our pilot project in Los Angeles looks like. As I talked about, the different ways that we have worked inside of people's homes. So first was the baseline, just getting an understanding, right, of how people use water. And then we put in the best-in-class products. So we're not even really at technology and innovation yet. We had Kohler and IKEA and Electrolux and Procter & Gamble bring to us the products that are already on the market, already the low flush toilets, already the aerating taps and shower heads, the things that people could just buy off the street, and we put them all together to see how they work together to bring down water in homes. Our next phase, which I'm really excited about, is starting in this summer, and that is about the new innovations. These are about the products that aren't out there yet, the products that these companies are developing that that you haven't seen before, but that are taking the water usage and the energy savings even further. And I think we're going to see some really exciting stuff. And we're also going to see some recycling of water in the home. It's not just, some of it is just about using your water more efficiently and helping people to use their water more efficiently. But we're also going to start to get into some of the gray water recycling within the home. And that will be important because I think probably like Brazil, in the United States, what we're finding in Europe is there's not much out there in terms of guidance for cities and health departments about how to reuse gray water. And this is an area where it's very important that we're talking to cities and why we bring them together, because it's also that policy piece. So this is what we hope our pilot project brings together. It's not just the products, but we also are looking at that policy piece. What are we going to learn about bringing different products together? How do we help cities and utilities do a better job of adapting to the kinds of changes that are needed? Because a lot of it will be about how do we get water to homes, and how do cities help promote this water savings in a home, and what barriers exist in regulations, in codes, in laws that are stopping it from happening. And then, of course, when it comes to education, we have to think about the behavior of the consumer. What types of things does the consumer like about these products? What do they not like? What have they learned by using them? What can we learn by watching how they use these products, so that the producers and manufacturers of these products can make their changes and make better products in the future? But also, what education does a consumer need to use the products just a little bit better? And when we are learning these things, our output is that we want to gather it together, put it into a document, and create learning. So we don't want to just stop. With the 50 Liter Home Coalition, once we learn what we've learned in Los Angeles, we want to make sure that we're sharing that. So the goal is to work with the City of Los Angeles through our implementing partner, the U.S. Green Building Council of Los Angeles, so that they can help educate and uptake our learnings, and take what we've done in these 30 homes to start figuring out how to make it a citywide process, and what types of things need to come out of that, whether it's recommendations for rebates, or understanding how to communicate with customers, maybe through changes in billing, or what kinds of courses might be needed for people who install products in homes. Maybe plumbers need technical training courses to understand how some of these products work, right? So once we figure out what are all of the different ways we can best promote a 50-liter home, then we'll work on figuring out how to get those methods integrated and expand that out. And not just within the City of Los Angeles. We're going to ask the City of Los Angeles and our partners to work with us to expand that message to other cities in the region, or other cities that they have connections with, that they have good cooperation with. And so that's how we hope to scale 50-liter home, by helping cities do a better job of taking up what we have learned, and then working with those cities to do a better job of sharing their knowledge and what they've learned with other cities. So that's what we're doing in Los Angeles. We're doing it with Phoenix, our partner in the board of directors, and it's what we're going to do next in London. So London is very exciting because we want to do another pilot implementation project there. It will be kicking off this summer. Arcadis is going to be building out with us the scope of that. And in London, we're going to examine some different aspects to homes. So in Los Angeles, they were single-family homes, which is very typical in the U.S. Urban market. In the UK and in Europe, it's much more dense. It's much more about multifamily buildings. So we're going to try to focus on multi-story, multifamily building, and try to figure out what are the variables that we need to learn as a coalition about how to work with a house, with a building like that. How do we work at the building scale? on water efficiency. Another factor that'll be a new variable for us is just the European market and the different regulations that go along with it. Of course, the different natural environment, the different reality of water in the UK as opposed to Los Angeles. And then, of course, the different cultural norms. How do people in the UK feel about water? What is their relationship with water? What is their understanding of the importance of water conservation and energy that goes along with it? And that's very different variable to the kinds of people that we're working with in Los Angeles as well. So, sort of wrapping up the 50-liter home portion of what I wanted to talk to you about today. What did you hear in this presentation that sounds interesting from the perspective of your company? Where or your city or utility? What are the points of inflection where you see that there is potential for cooperation? We're constantly growing. One of the reasons that I'm here today, instead of coming in virtually, one, because I love this cidades maravilhosa, and I love to have a chance to come back to Rio any chance I can. But also because we have an opportunity to look at doing some projects and implementation work in this region of Brazil through one of our partners, Electrolux, and through some of our other partners as well. We'd love to be able to chance to figure out what does a pilot project look like in this area. So I'd love to talk to you and have you thinking about, is there an interest in your company in finding out more about what 50-liter home does and how you can participate, whether it's here in Brazil or globally. I also want to mention to you some of the other things that WBCSD is doing on water. As you know, 50-liter home is part of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and we do have a water focus. This is one of the newest, the Water Impact Assessment tool. And it really helps companies sort of understand the impact of wastewater where they're working. This is a pretty new tool, and it's being rolled out now. And if this is something that you're interested in learning more about, I'd be happy to put you in contact with our professionals at WBCSD on the water team that really understand this and are working with this. But it's really about the change in the state of nature of the wastewater, and it's to help assess to calculate the impact for the three main indicators of water quality, water availability, and the greenhouse gas emissions. Which of course is very similar to 50-liter home. It's not just about water, it's about the energy that's associated with water. There's a link, and I think these slides should be available so that you have that link, but if not, I'd be happy to share that with you. And then the last thing I want to mention also from WBCSD is the Freshwater Accountability Navigator. This is coming soon in summer to help assess, commit, transform, and disclose framework. So, in closing, I know that when you think about water and business, it's a risk. You're thinking a lot about, from your company's perspective, the risks that are involved, inherent to your company, and how you use water at a company level. Our members and partners see it as an opportunity. There is so much that can be done and should be done before we even start talking about the big technological solutions, before we worry and wring our hands about how difficult it is to solve this massive problem. There are so many simple, easy things, so many ways within the home that we ourselves can be doing. So think about the opportunities, and I think that there'll be a lot of optimism around these issues. I'd like to thank you very much for listening to my presentation today. I'd love to be able to talk with you and engage with you over the next today and tomorrow. So please, if you'd like to know more, vem falar comigo.
Thank you very much, Greg. Your presentation will surely inspire and help a lot the private sector in the strategic hydric management. Let us now begin the first panel of the day, our first technical panel. And let me just make a quick remark, which is there is a intrinsic connection amongst nature and business. So as an industry federation, our job is to shine a light on this issue. Today, companies manage water efficiently, but doors in. What we try to motivate them is to do it doors out, which means showing what this means regarding costs, risks, opportunities, dependency, how much this impacts in business, how strategic it is, and how this sustainability bias will influentiate management, help prevent natural disasters. We want to show companies that this connection, although not so obvious, is very influential on your business. Regarding this context, we identified the need to bring this to the civilian society in a more pragmatic way. This is why we launched through this QR code, you may access our guide for bioeconomy, nature, and business. This guide shows how the private sector is inserting these versions of biodiversity and nature in their day-to-day life. This exemplifies it in a very practical way, makes it easier to understand, and we brought 15 case studies of successful companies in doing so, and which cooperate with nature. This guide was launched in Dubai in COP27, climate change, by our president, Mr. Eduardo Eugênio Gouveia Vieira. We are launching it today here in Portuguese. And we brought two of these large, successful 15 Action and Viva Agua movement to talk about them for you. I'd like to invite two great names. Here to talk to you about them right now. So, one moment please, and they are Miss Liliane. She is the owner and an associate at Action Environmental Management. She's a journalist, specialist, and postgrad in marketing and nature, industry expert. Action provides solutions for 24 years now in transportation and solid residues treatment in all of our state. Welcome, Liliana. Tiago Valente. He is from Grupo Boticário. Welcome, Tiago. He's a biologist, a master in agronomy, works for the Viva Agua Bahia de Guanabara, has worked with this for over 20 years, develops strategies, conservation strategies, and sustainable economic models. I am very happy to share this floor with both of you. You are two of great partners of ours, very passionate for what you do, and you know very well at a master level the importance of nature to businesses. Liliane, let's hear from you. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm gonna sit. I won't stand. As Lydia mentioned, we are a company 25 years old. We have our headquarters in Duque de Caxias and Itaboraí. We work with the industry and urban infrastructure in residue management. Today I'll talk about our influent treatment plant located in Cachoeira de Macalu in Papucaia district. At the end of this photograph, before the mountain, you see that forest, and you have the Macacu River, one of the major Baía de Guanabara affluents, a major constituent of this basin. Alongside Rio the Guabiaçu River, it provides water for over 2 million people. We are located precisely in this region where recently there was an episode of the interruption of the water, and this is still under investigation. We were hired by Petrobras to participate in this operation last weekend, helping this drying of this affluent river in recuperating this problem. Lydia invited us today to talk about this incident. Today we implemented an efficient distribution system. 9 years ago, this is a technology based on nature. It's a natural infrastructure. We are able to treat 700 cubic meters of dirty waters every day. This comes to us not via tubes, but through our trucks and trucks of others. So we receive dirty waters from municipalities such as Teresópolis, Maricá, the whole region of Rio, mountain region, for instance. They bring us this, and through our technology, we transform these dirty waters into clean water and, usable water once again. This water which is basically sewage, it is transformed into clean water and reusable water and reinserted into the rivers and natural affluents. This is the quality of the water after the first stage of this water treatment. So we retain sand, grease in this box. So we access lakes with this, and
this process lasts 9 to 12 days. That for the waste sector is very efficient because we have a compost that lasts 3-4 months. So we recycling for aluminum, but we have glass and other things that last much longer than 9 days. So you can see that in 9 days we have a renewed treatable water. So it's 20 kilometers from the petrochemical complex that it's called Gasdrup. And this is the lake. We have a ventilation system, an air system for the lakes. so that the bacteria that comes from the waste multiply themselves right there and remove the organic parts. And this is the output for the water after these 9 days. All these generation lakes, after all this, we have water that is rich in NPK, which is the composition of the chemical fertilizers from in the industry, but this is liquid and a treatable water rich in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium that is given back to the hydric body, and due to all the regulations we need to do the analysis before we deliver this water into nature to guarantee that this water is contributing to the fight against the pollution in that. And what we've seen, and this is in Cachoeira de Macacu, that has no sanitation, and now with privatization they will have some sanitation for the rivers. We hope that soon. But what we observe is that before that the water is usually full of coliforms and other things, and our treated water is much better to go through Itaboraí, São Gonçalo, until it gets to the Guanabara Bay. And that's why it's not going to get to the Guanabara Bay so clear, because it goes through all the cities, and that's the difficulty for the contamination for the Guanabara Bay waters. So what we did 9 years ago, especially when we had the hydric crisis with CETESP, when we were starting operations there and with the industrial use, we got to this rural municipality that didn't have any industry, when it had some kind of a campaign with the community, for the community to see what is a water treatment station. Because in many places where I go, I ask people, where do you think your waste goes to when you discharge? And people say, I don't know, under the earth, to Mars, where? That's a question that we don't usually do. You know, we are more concerned with plastic and this and that, with the soil, but with the water, people don't think so much. So we got the community there with the water crisis. We did not have any rain, and the agriculture, the farmers there, they get the water from the river for their crops. And we had a guy that would sell grass, and he was losing all his grass because it wasn't raining and the water in the river was very bad. He could not use it, and everybody was losing their crops, and that was the resource we had. And after we cried so much, oh please let me get a water trunk here to save my grass. And there we thought about our, not a sub-product, but something that would be novel, that to favor that whole region where we were installing ourselves, and even having industrial use later on. And we got together with the state survey department with the project of implementing these and the study to see if this water would affect the fruits and anything. No, the study was concluded, the parameters were defined, and we saw that it doesn't change. So we irrigate guayaba, lemons, bananas, and we commercialize also in organic baskets, because we are not able to only sell to the organic market, so it go to the conventional farmers as well. And later on, when we talk to Tiago, we can talk about the movement Viva Água, because we have the objective of advocacy, because nowadays organic agriculture legislation does not talk about the used water, and it has another parameters. We treat water in an industrial scale. We are not talking about just house that has gray water. We are talking about a plant with 7,000 liters of water per day that could be given back to the industry that is 20 meters from there. So they did not need to capture any other water. And even for the agriculture, which has a lot of things. We have a whole lot of things that goes to the whole state that is cultivated there, and they use the water from the river, which is not treated. So if we could go to the agriculture uh, industry there, it would help a lot. Thank you, Liliane. So this idea of having a positive environmental impact and the impact in nature, it makes us very happy to have you here today because you are winners of the Fission Award. And since then, Liliane is a strong arm from us to present a successful case as well. So I would like to remind you, if you want to talk to Liliane or send any questions you might have, you can use the Slido and send us the questions that I can give her at the same time. Okay, so here we see is slido.com. You can access by the QR code using this password, and you will be sent to our seminary communication channel. So now I pass on the floor to Tiago, which is the leader of the Rivago, the movement with the Guanabara Bay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity, Fijan, Sebed, CNI. It's a pleasure to have this space for this meeting, for this dialogue and co-construction. I would like to praise the action work, and we met each other on 2017 in the awards. So it's a pleasure to see that time goes on and we are going forward. We are having constant and very strong steps towards the future. Manuel just arrived. He's been a very important person for the iPods opening in Alencar, Silvana Gotijo from the Esse Rio é Meu, an amazing work he has with the Carioca River and other partners. So I would like to say, as Ligia said, we have a little bit more time, so I'm going to make up for this extra time to reconfigure our panel because I would like to tell you a story about what we've been doing here. Because there is a story behind the Boticário Foundation and also all the actions we are taking in the Guanabara Bay. We have Ana Ash as well. When I looked around and I saw, wow, you're here, and you're always very open, great partners, Cea, Finea, Fijan, which are the co-organizers of this event. But I would like to bring a little bit of the context nowadays and what we are talking about that and what is the way that we get to the official platform. So I'm going to talk about data, which I believe is important, and facing the water safety and the climate changes in the Guanabara Bay. So what was the pain that we have identified and what was our proposal for that? And I would like to go through all the outcomes we had and the vision we have for the future. So what have Boticário movement learned in 3 different territories, because this is not so common to have organizations that work in a national scale. And I believe that this is one of our difficulties, as I was telling Danielle. How can we balance this strategy, the framework, the social technologies, and all with our situation? And this was our case. We chose to work in territories to try to intensify the impact of our actions, and now being a foundation that is 34 years old with a whole history behind it. So we are starting a new cycle, 2024, 30, and to give a little bit of our experience. And I would like to invite you all to work with us in partnership with alliances, but not lose from sight the territories which is where the water safety and preservation really happens. As I said before, we are part of the Grupo Boticário Foundation, as Juliana mentioned, and we like to tell about our story because we came up on 1990. We felt the call to work with the business, and 1% of the net revenue from the company Boticário founded the Institute Boticário with a very strong social work and the sustainability work. So we are founded on these 3 points. And our motto is, how can we bring biodiversity preservation to the Brazilians' life? So we started, especially in the last 15 years, talking about the benefits of nature for the health and the life of different people and the environment. I don't know if you were able to watch the movie Vingadores, where we show the benefits of contact with nature in early childhood. So we started working with schools, with Silvana and Bianca. We have children, and it's so important to have our children in contact with nature. We are talking about forming the cognitive system, the brain, and the individuals that will be in the world. Since this was part of their development, you will see the importance of the environment. So we use the GDP very much. This is an anchor for our work. When we talk about bioeconomy, like Lydia talked about the cases, there is no better picture than showing the interdependence of the 3 objectives, especially these ones, when we talk about the natural capital, biosphere, clean water, adaptation and mitigations of the climate changing effects, life on earth and life in the water. So there is no other way of social economical process to survive if we do not work with nature and the resilience. It would be redundant to talk about preservation if you would not talk about economy and society as well. And with that, we get to these. I brought these 2 pictures. They are not the most iconic from the Guanabara Bay, but this is on purpose. Samuel took a better picture than this one later on. That's a spoiler. But these are incredible pictures. But it is intentional to show the value that we have in the Guanabara Bay. You have a picture there of a project we have, which is the Orla Sem Lixo, with the first eco barrier that was implemented in the Fundão Island, together with the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro and the community of Maré, where the fishermen, they made this barrier and they themselves are operating this. And we are having a very interesting outcome with the recovery of the swamps and giving work to these fishermen. So this is one of the key things. And this is the Via Regra is together with Machoeira do Macacu. We can consider Nicholas and Raquel and others as curators of this work, giving water services to society. And today they have 8,000 hectares of land that keep the water that goes to Laranjal and supply for millions of people. So that's why we are talking about the need of preservation and the value of all these to the population that lives around the Guanabara Bay, for the companies, and what we can do to create businesses, companies that understand this need so that we can work together towards preservation of this whole area. So now going to some data here just for us to understand better. Recently, not so recently, because I believe this National Plan of Water Safety is from 2018 or 17, no, 2017, and it brings the perspective of water safety. And we are talking about economy, the different bays, and everything that is so important to governance and the resilience issue. So we see these points that are harder there in the map, which is Guanabara Bay, Rio metropolitan area as a vulnerable area. You see it's red. And in the plan, we have components that are very bold that talk about how we can minimize risks. But if we see the plan as itself, here we see Rio de Janeiro, and that's the link. So I believe we can give you this presentation afterwards. But we have a focus on promoting more resilience and water safety with conventional infrastructures and others, which is important. But we want to bring this understanding to public policy outside the companies and to have an agenda on solutions based on the preservation of natural capital to improve resilience on all these here. A reservoir that is built without taking into consideration the preservation of nature around it, it has a limited life. But if you work with the recovery of the APPs, with the organic agriculture, with different business models that work together with there, it has investment, and there is a lot of publications talking about that. How we can align the green finances with conventional finances. And this is very important when we evaluate things, to bring the perspective of combined finances, to bring the conventional with the green, and this is very interesting. This is not so recent, but it's very recent. We have the strategy and concern in Cachoeira do Macacu. You see that is due to lack of rain, there is a problem in water supply. So now we know all the measures that are being taken to mitigate this risk, but we know we had also contamination here. So we have a system that can be very vulnerable. So this shows that we need to recover all this potential of water treatment and water recovery through natural systems, which are the forest. Is important for this context. This is another data that was disclosed recently. This is a platform, MCTI, that cooperates with many other national bodies, which is Adapta Brazil, which have 7 different resources like the water resources, food, and others. And when we look at Guanabara Bay, we see that most of the cities around the Guanabara Bay, they are at the medium to high level for drought.
In the platform, you are able to simulate the conditions until 2050. So whoever visits us will see that this map gets more and more red which indicates that our vulnerabilities will increase if we do not combat it. So they take into consideration issues such as infrastructure, conservation, and others. This is a zoom, for instance, in the municipality of Cachoeiras de Macacu, where you have the indicators, the per capita investment, the level of implementation of the infrastructure plan, public governance, public policy, water supply. So it is a very ample plan. We may look at it and think of strategies of how to improve them and giving more and more energy to improve this number. So at the same time, I'd like to show you another number where we talk about not a lot water and at the same time a lot of water. So it's a territory, a region, which has this type of schizophrenic behavior. So very dry and very wet during the most rainy days of the year. So here on this map, if you pay close attention, the only municipality which has a high risk is the municipality of Niterói. As a matter of fact, it is reviewing at the moment their political directory, and it is very present and strong. The mayor has it as a priority, Niterói, to improve this and this performance. At the same time, we have high levels of events which of natural disasters, the occurrence of these, and I haven't brought maps there about this, but our goal is to reduce through cooperation, interaction, and working together to improve these numbers. These are a few of some clipping of different magazines and newspapers, and the public ministry positioning itself on that and so on. Vulnerability in our region, the region of Baixada Fluminense, of Maré, and naturally we have talked about lately very much climate justice, climate racism, environmental racism, and so on, social responsibility and such issues. So we must also work transversally to attack these issues and avoid greater problems. To conclude this contextualization, this is the data from INEA and Atlas for the state of Rio de Janeiro of the Guanabara Bay. As you can see, the red dots are urban areas, very urbanized areas. The green areas are still protected within the Guanabara Bay, so it's about around 36%, 500,000 acres is still preserved area. So there's a very important environment asset. We call it an environmental hug to the Guanabara Bay. This is how we refer it to kindly, which means, the municipality of Cachoeiras de Macacu has a lot of virgin forests as well. So I want to celebrate and recognize how we were able to improve these natural landscapes and protecting it so that we may preserve nature in it and avoid complete urbanization of these areas and concrete on them. 30% of pastures. These are areas which economically are very little viable, and regenerative agriculture as well. So these pastures and landscapes serve as an incentive as the local economies. And with that being said, I love this image. It is iconic and emblematic to me. This is at Casa Firjan 2019. This is where everything, all this was born. We had 104 people from 65 organizations from all over, public and private ones, museums, NGOs, companies. So I want to thank Daniela, a great contributor to this movement. I want to thank Firjan, INEA. They had this idea of dealing with these complex issues and challenges, and avoiding this impact and polarization. So we changed, it was initially called Oasis Lab, initially a laboratory, and in this year of 2019 we brought in the concept of prototypes, very linked to the U theory, which talk about innovation and co-creation. It was a very intense process. This is our second meeting in August. There were many projects born from this meeting. Some people you may recognize, Urbano, Ricardo Gomes, Marques, Alan from SEDAI, the Guanabara Bay. And this turning point was interesting because it began to foment cooperation. And the good news is that many of these groups present here think about change and solutions and adding value. Of these 10 ones, 5 of them have been implemented. One of them is the Fundo Viva Água Fund, a philanthropic fund, a data platform by INEA, so bringing this to the Guanabara Bay project and to a more concrete platform, and so on. So with this group in 2019, we were able to understand the potential of co-creation and cooperation, and we launched this movement and this project. And in Paraná, the south of Brazil, which has a stronger governance program, and identifying different axles of working and attacking, and we were able to identify them, and we want to reinforce them here today. So it is a sectorial platform which looks to improve these issues and nature preservation and sustainable economy. In 2012, this council was formed. We had the B system, IDG, Firjan, and INEA, all these institutions. In this strategic group, we had 5 axles of attack. So, number 1, productive chains, understanding the territories, their needs, applying the received and obtained philanthropic resources and assets. We have a great focus in tourism, fishing, and agriculture, as well as services which connect in order to improve entrepreneurship. Number 2, climate focus, restoring, sustaining landscapes, which restoration, the Basin Committee, Axle 3, sustainable finance, how to develop financial mechanisms to sustain and finance all this and sponsor all this. So it's a project for the next 10 years. So we must work with leverage this concept, how to combine public and private resources as well as philanthropic resources and funding, and not getting them to be interrupted, avoiding that. Axle 4, industry and value chain. Obviously here in Firjan, naturally, it was very important to understand the value of this of this to the industry. Today we have small, medium, and large companies engaged in this movement. This week we are formalizing contracts. Action was one of the main members who idealized this laboratory. We are creating, so aligning industry and these axles, natural infrastructure and finances, the role of companies to potentialize their individual action. Gregory said something important, the pre-competition. All companies will need water, well-being, health, low risk in their regions. So there are various levels of competition, and we are trying to work on this for companies in order to invest structuring resources of projects which may be aligned to their value chains. We recently had Wilson and Sons, a port logistics company, huge one, working in the region of Magé with great participation, very relevant. So advocacy and public policies and keeping the low profile in order of public policies. We work a lot with back office as well, and we have a few targets of public policies. One of the projects I want to point out, which was created the end of last year, is a proposal of regulation and creating a mark at state level financed by bid, and we already have a product which will be launched in the first semester, and it means what is the role of these public policies in the states, how may I implement this, how may I understand the role of these ecosystems, of the preservation of forests. And this is another slide, I'll go through it quick. This has to do with our change theory. It establishes levels of results and their impacts of a determined action. Perhaps it will last 10 years for it to show and to show up, but we are able to attain our goal and dream. So here we have a few numbers. Our idea was to connect and integrate efforts. We have 30 organizations present in this project and movement today to bring potencies into these territories. So bioregion movements, we have specific agendas within each territory. These organizations are heads of nets, and they are able to influentiate smaller organizations to obtain resources. This is also a crucial issue. Sometimes we keep our attention in the mainstream organizations, but this has been working ever since last year. 22 projects by Viva Agua project. The public ministry has participated as well. Communication strategies, a portal for Viva Agua in partnership with INEA. This is a huge differential, as the secretary pointed out. We were able to build a prototype of an online platform. This is available on our website. A program in partnership with Sebrae as an incentive to entrepreneurship. Many businesses were positively impacted by them. A water committee with 8 engaged and participant companies. I'll talk more about it later. So it has to do with attracting small and medium companies, even though they are they compete amongst them, they come together in this project. Down here we have the Pro Adapta program. It was implemented firstly in Paraná, in the south of Brazil, in 2019 to 21. The finance ministry as well. We identified climate perspectives from companies, and we were able to close a partnership between the Brazilian and the German government. They visited us 2 weeks ago, and they were very well impressed with our multi-level organization and attacking concretely in practical forms. So São Paulo is also involved, and so we are influencing companies to this climate priority. The Viva Água Fund, the Viva Água Impact Movement, and the role of the responsibility councils. This is a bit of our output, the results we had in 3 years. So if you have any further questions, I am available to answer. So now, where are we headed? So there are 30 organizations, funds, and businesses, and projects. So our midterm result, we have our KPIs and indicators. How do you measure these connections? How do you have a public policy radar, which is more precise and accurate? How you are strengthening these chains, the natural systems, conservation, how much the companies are effectively participating. So here you see more tangible results from the first result, and mainly our long-term vision dates up to 2030. So improving water quality, erosion quality within these territories. Governance on the Guanabara Bay has been strengthened. Obviously, many other areas have been strengthened. We have been trying to deliver social technology, how to guarantee social participation, and to attain effectively to bring philanthropic resources of a fund. We were able to build a social kitchen in the area of Magé. This is a huge example. So we are also, there's a lot of work to do, but there is a cultural work being done of conscious level. So it's a very important point here. We have important areas of preservation which also attack the tourism department. So this is one of the examples. Public, private, and philanthropic resource leverage. So we were able to firstly in 2020 implement this in Paraná, Brazil, in the south of Brazil. Today we have 7 million reais donated by companies. We have now Sanepar, the water department, the Volkswagen Foundation. We've reached more, 2 million reais more. So these are mechanisms of financial funding and multiple perspectives of donators in order to develop all these territories. And last but not least, the population of the Guanabara Bay is very proud of this territory, and they are also engaged. This is one of the hardest issues. When we first got here in 2018 and 19, no one really believed, the population and the civil society did not believe in it, in these projects and so on. So we come from Curitiba, the state of Paraná, in the south of Brazil. Our image at that time, back then, there was some prejudice and barriers, but the people of Rio recognized the potential of working together and building new paths and ways out. So this is a result which derives from our hard work, and so that we may enjoy this paradise which is the Guanabara Bay. To conclude this chapter, of governance. Last year, we noticed the difficulty we had in working at a strategic level. So we had to split. We have André Diaz, another partner. We realized something which was quite obvious. So in order to strengthen ourselves, we need to identify the champions and leaders of each of the regions which are prioritary. So we divided in this drawing here, this map, physical characteristics of the Manantials and rivers, the water dependency and climate vulnerability alongside social and cultural, socioeconomic issues, and it resulted in 3,000 regions.
With that, we not only get the territory, but we have to cross a series of parts. We have part of Machias e Engaxé, Cachoeira de Macacu, Guapimirim, with the main swamps of the territory. As I said before, there is a great potential right there in the purple area. And here we see the arrangement by bioregion, which is not ideal, but we have the movement at a whole, a governance, a level 2, the articulators, in each region we were able to identify different organizations that are able to execute some projects. For example, Sinal do Vale, which is the first organization on the left, in green there, in 1 year, we came from 50,000 reais, which was a sponsorship, we got to 1.5 million, with 2 international companies and 1 from notice from the foundation. So just to exemplify how we can do and amplify things in the right time with the right capital invested. So last year we talked with all these organizations that come from the third sector in the area of Guapimirim to touch the local actors, and there was a lot of learning. What are their portfolio? What are the demands? And the outcome of that we should celebrate is that we managed to do all these surveys with the quilombos, with the different communities. Things are so peculiar. We are talking about sometimes buying some materials for a kitchen and other resources that are very heavy, like training and to invest resources in order a number of executive people to work on our businesses. So now we were able to get them all together. We are going to keep this program with the fund we got, with the local work, and to keep a conversation and a work that goes on, because they are feeling for the first time that we came to stay. Our proposal is to go deep on this work in the territory. So this is Malafaia, the president of the association from the swamp there. He always works with the community in Guapimirim area. He always takes people to learn about the fishing that is typical for the territory, and together with the cooperative they installed 40 hectares of swamps in Guapimirim area with a technique, because they saw that to plant and to transplant the plants from one side to the other would kill a lot of plants, because the plants would fill a lot. So they saw that when there was a full tide, all the plants from the mangrove, they disseminate from the mother plant to the others, and they would find a lot of these plants, all the seedlings, they were even dying. So they start capturing that, reducing costs for the recovery of the mangrove, and is growing faster. 40% of the mangrove is using this technology, and they were winners of the entrepreneurs company from Será, and then they got this money. They were able to invest in the cooperative, to having a site, social media. He is a great leader for this whole work. So we also have the lab for Viva Água with a network of solutions that resulted in these projects to engage many others. We did not have the resources to support all the innovations, but we were able to hope these, so to bring these strategies and to have resources for the social responsibility or any resource. If you have a little bit more patience, we need to listen all the shareholders, the stakeholders, the people that are interested in having. In 3 months, all these projects, they came to life, and they got R$1 million for the 3 projects here. And I would like to acknowledge this project, which is Mangue Doce, the sweet mangrove, which is working in the honey network, recovering 1 hectare of mangrove together with the community, creating a social exchange unit, which would be the honey. And we have the other one in the mangrove. We had a fisherman was 60-some years old. He was able to found this second one. He died a few years ago, but we are working together with his wife, keeping his legacy. We learned a lot in his idea. It took some time, and now he went to another journey, and we are continuing his vision. And now finishing the portfolio, we have this project that I would say is from 50,000 reais to branding of Caminho do Guanabara. We got to 1.5 million implementing a concept that in the United States and Europe is very well known, which is the long course trails, tracks. In the countries where there is a very good national system implemented, people are able to go for 3-4 days on the track. But Brazil are giving, together with the national network of long distance tracks, a project to activate the local economy through a regenerative track. So this is the Recôncavo da Guanabara. It got this name after the name. It was Green Belt region, something that was like more mainstream, but the participation of one of the members from a Quilombo that is in Magé brought this name. It was the first church ever in Brazil. So we are rescuing issues and things that come from us, of all this process that came with the arrival of the colonization, and now we are proposing a decolonization. So this track starts in the valley, which is one of the bio hubs that work with preservation and restoration. Is 200 hectares in de Caxias. It go until Neonabal and APPM, and ends in the Régua, which is an ecological reserve. So these 3 together, they are the 3 points for governance, and they suggested to have this trail that goes along these 100 kilometers through 5 municipalities, 1 preservation unit. It has 3 regeneration centers, and it has been completely mapped with signs telling people where to go. And we did with the fund Viva Água, the first investments with the camping, restaurants, implementation of pilot projects to foment the service sector that goes around this track with tourism. And you can say that it goes through many very important preservation areas, and all of them are in an interesting area for preservation. So we are promoting tourism as a tool, and at the same time generating revenue for the local communities and connecting these actors that didn't connect so much. And the making of this track brought this preservation of the area as a common goal for all. So now talking about the impacts when we talk about the regenerative economy, we were able to launch this innovation lab. This was the launch last year. We have companies like Vide Verde, Coco Legal, and Action Shop. I believe that everybody knows them. Especially Coco Legal, they are in many airports. They deliver coconut water with a lot of quality. Vive Verde also, you probably have seen it. So a lot of the companies are clients together with the Action. So the access that we had to the CEO of these companies, the decision makers, we understood the works and the mid and small companies' vision would be more efficient than to do that with big companies, as is the Gregory's mission right now. And we got some results. So each one of them are 2 kilometers far. So we have the Bermudas Triangle and we have the Cachoeira de Macacu Triangle with the different companies collaborating. And we already have symbiotic projects in these companies generating value to the territory, to the communities, to the associations. And we also have the Gueritos, that is the Doritos, which is much nicer. It's here in Magé, together with the Pepe Anagual. So Gary, an American guy, he founded this company, Fumel, which is an ecological companies. There is another company that comes from São Gonçalo with seeds that works for paper, and we got them all together to measure the impact together with System B. I believe most people here knows they measure impact and they suggest an improvement plan for the companies. So all these companies doing a next raise of their business and exchanging policies and good practices, they are going much further than if they would be working isolatedly. So Vide Verde, for example, improved their business this year, and that was very important for us. Now talking about funds, we have 1 year of mentor from Rockefeller Medvine, which is a branch from Rockefeller Foundation, that works with the catalytic capital, goes where traditional capital doesn't yet go in order to achieve desired impact, avoiding risks, investing money in a more strategic manner, aligning here the role of the foundations, government, companies within an ecosystem that would benefit the biggest number of actors. And this process, and I show you, it resulted in a publication that is very interesting, in which Grupo Boticário was part of it, which are the philanthropy archetypes. How we can operate these archetypes to improve things. So we have the campaign management, we have the field builder, people that want to have their resources, philanthropic or private, to bring systemic changes. On the other side, we have the sower, we have, which is the most standard philanthrope, which gets some kind of resources and souls that believing that will bring changes. And the other ones believe that to generate systemic changes depends on more strategic or more systemic strategies. I'm sorry. So, should we have resources in the regional associations or straight on the project? So, the governance that Viva Agua proposes exactly this, to have the archetypes to use the resources in a more strategic way that will bring more leverage. Like we've seen, we have these funds have generated 2 millions of resources by others. So this publication is available. It's also in Portuguese. We've translated it last year and it's available for you. And with that, we have the Viva Agua Fund, which we call is a venture philanthropy. Because the philanthropic fund can be used partially for that, even to get credits. So we have the longevity of the project, we have many different modalities, and this is the kind of resource that is the most difficult, because everybody wants to support the project, but who is going to structure things? Who is going to do the governance? So we need to get funds for that, and even with the possibility of microcredit. So this is basically the Viva Agua Fund, which is very similar to the one that we have in Paraná. We have TRE, which comes from São Paulo. And the Paraná, we have the different modalities here, including innovation. That was made a prototype in the lab, like the BEADS did 3 years ago, that works with the credit for individuals. So let's say you have 1 million and you call for credit for 10 millions, and they're doing that easily. So that's a modality in which we are able to bring individuals to give like from 10 reais on, and this brings governance, transparency, and accountability before all. So these are some of our actions. We have some publications talking about the potential of the preservation territories, the climate changes, the press trips. We had 2 of them with national and international journalists with about 8 million reais in terms of funds after all these disclosure of our voice and our subjects. We are talking about the track Recôncavo de Guanabara. We have influences looking for that, and we are going after all these using a very assertive communication. On our site, we have these 3 episodes of this series. Guanabara, the bay that resists, talking about preservation, and the second one is talking about the economic tools for the future of the Guanabara Bay with Nicholas and Raquel from Harvard, and Professor Cadu Young from the Federal University. So he starts from the beginning talking about the potential of regeneration and ecosystem preservation for business. So he provokes that how much is it worth to have Guanabara Bay preserved? So he's talking about the potential of new businesses that we could have through this bioeconomic perspective. So this here we see our partners. We have Só Planeta, Águas do Rio, But just to give you an idea of the people that are working here with us, the Strategic Council, IBG, the Institute Muniz, the Guanabara Bay Council, the Institute INEA, and many others, and everything is growing a lot. And we also have global ones like LB, which is a organization that is helping us on how we can bring economical innovation from well-being. So they launched all that to policy papers and so on. So they are bringing all these visions to our territory. And to finish, and Lydia, thank you so much for this time. It looks more than a speech, but I took the liberty of going deeper on all these, but I would like to invite you all for that. So Boticário, accompanying these 5 years, we are becoming a new cycle for planning with our curator center, the company that supports us, and we want to know how are we going to make this social technology that was so successful, how can we take this to other territories? So we started working with partners and other places that have challenges with this strategy, and we want to bring all this capital, the philanthropic investment capital, to a more macro perspective and irrigate all these regional funds. Therefore, we are designing all that, the finances ecosystem to bring finances at the national level, and we are looking into all this, the protection of the streams and all that. So we have our objectives to preserve the preservation in the implementation. We have this happening in some states. We want to go to national level.
To promote strategic resources, the protection of marine life and financials. In the next 6 years, raise 300 million reais to invest in these measures, very focused in governance. Our goal here, as André Dias and I have these attributions, is to influence decision makers to prioritize these issues, to prioritize the coast of Brazil and financials in around 30 coastal municipalities, and to increase the level of the Brazilian society as a whole to life preservation, marine life, and navigation on our coastline as well. We have been monitoring this closely, and we hope to have good news for here, Rio, regarding the recent meeting which is going on in Barcelona regarding it, positive results, and working focused on in Paraná, the south, as well as in the Guanabara Bay in Rio, to raise resources for these governances and to impact positively more financials during the next 6 years. I want to conclude my presentation showing you guys a bit of this journey. First of all, thank you for your trust. We are here amongst partners, and I want to tell you this. It's not a recommendation, a suggestion, but just awareness, raising awareness. You know, let's work hard on this. Let's join forces so we can really, we've been working, we've been doing we've done already around over 60 meetings. We've traveled through over 50,000 kilometers to hear their pain, to build strategies, to ask for help, even outside Brazil. So some 15 years of the SAP project, we had a rock concert by Lenini, very representative, music, art, culture, Maria Fernanda of preservation of and her company has been flying high. This is us at Guapimirim. We are with the CEO of Rockefeller Foundation, Melissa Berman, launching a study in São Paulo. To your left, the fishing communities, the Museum of Tomorrow, Museu do Amanhã. This is Cachoeira de Macacu. Liliana is present in this picture. Meetings with the mayor department, Rogério Rocco, the mayor of Guapimirim, secretaries of the environment, and up there, the first meeting of the Strategic Council, Travis Carano, Rodrigo Peron, in the center of the table, the group of Treta, Maria Ikemoto, very important and relevant meetings, and last but not least, to your left, myself, Lídia, Thaís Curral, and André Dias. We were there launching Extinto. If you want to Google it, it was the cherry on top. So last year, we were contacted by the ESG area of the Boticário Group to work alongside them in Bahia de Guanabara, the Guanabara Bay, and the result was launching a perfume. It's called Extinto Bahia de Guanabara. It is not available to sell. The headspace technology was used capturing molecules from the environment. It's not available to sale, but it has the smell of the Bahia de Guanabara. Our German research team came in from Germany and created it. It was distributed to journalists and other influential entities. So it contains the original smell of the Guanabara Bay. So we brought DJ Alok to launch this program officially, the Extinto Residuos, Extinct Residues. So if you have a company, a startup company, or anyone interested in receiving 100,000 reais, we are working on this and looking towards the preservation of the Guanabara Bay. So I want to give you my thank you to André Dias, who has all photographs, and so thank you for this transition. And so there will be a change of management soon, and we want to thank you for thinking in a national, countrywide scale, and let's keep working hard for the next years to reach our goals and fulfill our dreams. Thank you very much. Thank you, Thiago. We invited you guys to make your presentations because we have a general scope of the successful case studies, but the two of you stand out because of this compilation of rich content you guys bring to the table. Specifically, the movement to clean the Guanabara Bay shows clearly how it may generate value to companies. We feel, as a federation of industries, we feel very secure and safe alongside you guys because the results are concrete and visible. For sure, there are a lot of challenges in the area of listening, hearing everything you guys. So the sustainability department committed to the recuperation of Guanabara Bay. We have received a few questions, and if anyone else wishes to ask questions to Tiago, just use this QR code and let's talk. You need to access Slido with this password, and through there you send your question. This one on our screen, up on the screen. So Liliana, I have a question for you regarding actions work. Action does the recycling of water to irrigate, a part of it for agricultural family work, and part of this water goes to the hydric body. What are the perspectives to transform this final stage into a gain of scale and business opportunity? Our core business is to treat sewage. Anything we do more than that or outside of that has to do with it, is somehow connected to it. Economically, this is not our core of our company, but since we are working in this ambiance and territory, we have evolved very much, and we have a partnership with the State University of Rio, UERJ, with their sanitary environmental course. 5 theses and 1 master's were developed regarding the work we do towards the reuse of this water to agricultural reuse. So youngsters from the university are using these. There's for instance, a student today who's focused in pathogenics, which has to do with soil and the impact of this water on it. We have installed an irrigation system many years ago. It's been working very well, and our goal today, our intention is, alongside the Viva Agua movement, to obtain resources from the Boticário Fund, Boticário Foundation Fund, to put together a project for, in the next couple of years, do some extensive research, going deep into defining parameters towards the main goals of changing legislation, opening economical viable possibilities to get more investment to this. So today we're focused on recycling water, very detailed processes, and the next step there, the evolution of all this, what we wish is so we may use all this in agriculture. There are other parameters to meet. So there's a project coming out of a 4th lake and tank to receive a different type of treatment, which will be, this water may be sold for local agriculture. We have a bigger dream still to make a public-private partnership, PPP, with Águas do Rio company, so that we may do all this in our own water treatment station and facilities, and make that this water of reuse may all be treated there and prepared and sold up there, come in and out, and be provided for local agriculture. There was a question regarding, are you developing a partnership with universities? You've mentioned it already, answered it. And another question, very specific. Is there a perspective of implementing, collecting the hydrogen and phosphorus to the hydrical tank. So to collect or maintain these nutrients of the water and to sell them. No, not independently. They work in the water itself. We call it irrigation fetch. Treated water from sewage is very rich. This has to do with hydric resources, because depending on what comes into us with sewage, it contains too much hydrogen. This is why we need a fourth lake and tank, not to neutralize it, but to monitor better these elemental nutrients. And because each fruit, guava, quiabo, they require different levels of these nutrients and elements. So it depends on the sewage which comes in. I like these paradoxes, scarcity and conservation development. What we're talking about here today has everything to do with this. So we are talking about industrial reuse, the participation of Petrobras, and we are also talking about conservation, talking about a country that has water in abundance. This debate has been prioritized during the last 10 years, and so if you take the example of Israel, it rains 0.01% per year down there. And even so, how are they able to manage and to live well? So, and whereas in Brazil, it's very abundant. So we got to think about that. Thiago, a question for you. How do you see local cultural context and bringing all this to foreign countries, other countries, nations? First of all, our challenge is to bring it, before bringing it to other countries, to bring it to other regions of Brazil. There is a debate. We have, Silvana mentioned this when on our way here, which is being able to replicate. We did 2 Viva Água movements. How may we do 6 more? It won't be the same. There is a core, a base plan of these social technologies, and they may serve as inspiration to replicate the others. First of all, listening, constant listening spaces with coming and going. So debate. We've heard for many times, universities for instance, we come from the north of the state of Paraná, whereas there is the most conservation of nature in the country. So it's a huge research object. We have the Caiçara population, we have the traditional people who live there, and they used to ask us, how does it work in Rio, or how does it work there? So the family is built up by a father, a son, a mother, and a researcher. So research is very intense down there for years and years and years. And it has been given back, all this, to these communities. So the inspiration must be, there's no formula per se, but people need to be listened, and then strategically speaking, you got to go out and visit and build diagnostics, visit all areas. There are organizations who may bring answers to all this. So, but be sure to go back to the territory and give back, listen to their pain and offer them a viable solution. Another aspect is to recognize economical aptitudes and how territories work. This is important. I had the experience of within the academy, how do you enter a community? Do you have this sense of what is the best way of launching a social environmental project in a society?
No, just a hypothesis. I would say from the dragon dream is to plan, monitor, and celebrate. To celebrate, to participate in a movement, in the communities. We did a lot. To participate in a party, in a meeting. That you are not there presenting anything. You're just there, listening. So start celebrating. Thais would always tell us that. So we build space for dialogue that transcends even the institutional space. And said, oh, I need to go there, show her a PowerPoint. No, go there to eat in a quilombo. I'm going to eat the fish from the fisherman. I'm going to have a boat ride. And something that nobody knows that you are there, just observing how relations are, how things are operated, what are the problems, what is the economy, and you end up seeing all that. I believe this is a way to go, to identify leadership in the territory, to listen and to give back, but also to live together with them. We are from outside, so they can guess who are these guys coming from the south. We went there, we fellowship with them, and we learn about their pains, and we are bringing solutions to their pains. This can be replicated, but not by magic. Let's create the funds, the axis, and then boom, magic. No, there is a lot of different dimensions. So for 5 years, we have the CAPEX dimension. That is about 1 million, which is resources from Boticário Foundation. So it took 5 years, 5 million for us to be able to have 2 from a fund and 12 from other projects that are being financed by other resources. And our goal is to raise at least 20 millions of funds. So we are sowing. It's a different profile, and we need to see how to use these resources in a more strategic way. That's great, Thiago. We feel like keep on talking, but we have a schedule to follow. Eli, I will pass on the floor to you for your final considerations, and after that to you, Thiago. Thank you once again for Fijan to open for small and mid companies that help the big companies, everything that is inserted in the industry. It's great to be able to talk, like Gregory said, to do network. This is also our intention here, to do network. Since 2017, we've been talking more intensely about that. I don't know. Now you brought the dragon dream, so we can talk about our dream in the industry. I even started crying some years ago. Everybody was crying all of a sudden when I started talking. I believe everybody has a heart here. I believe that the dream is the mother of desire, the cousin of the purpose, and we want to open the space for the industry, the cities, to be able to see value in waste, literally. 10 years ago, I would talk about guayaba here. I would distribute guayaba. Each one of them said this was irrigated with the reused water that came from waste in the urban infrastructure. Some would spit the guayaba, some would keep on their purse, saying that I am going to eat later. Others would eat it all and said, wow, what a revolution. And my goal is to continue trying to break through this paradigm that was brought out about waste, so that we can have reused water used in abundance in agriculture, in the industry, because it's a noble water. I remember as it was yesterday when you distributed the guayaba before the speech, and I remember that I saw somebody chewing slowly after she heard it came from wasted water. So thank you so much for all the knowledge you bring to us. I'm very happy to have Aston Environmental Management with us here. And Thiago, now?
Só agradecer, obrigado pela paciência de vocês, como eu falei
I can only thank you for your patience. I was given some time, so I was able to talk more about the contents I had to share with you. I would like to leave this channel open. Our fund is young, it has 1 year only, so I have this as an invitation for the companies, for the organizations that you know, if you are interested in working together and learn together, because we learn as we go. And we are very inspired by the moment that we reached now, which is a transition from our role, because the foundation came, leading a movement, and now we really want to reduce our protagonism and create relationships with the actors in the territory. I believe this is an important reflection, and to keep innovations. Look for innovation into 2 companies. It's incredible, right, Livia, to be here talking about that today. I believe this is the revolution, and we were talking earlier that this is a good moment because we have the G20 meeting here in Rio. A lot of agendas are going on. We have a lot of opportunity to bring this here. And the topic about economy is in the agenda. We've been talking about it a lot. Tomorrow we are going to have, in the end of the day, a dialogue round table with many actors from like BNDES, FUNBIL, the organization of different companies, and I would like to invite you all to be part of it and to use this movement, which is a political moment, but it gives us space, and we can use this space to advance in the implementation of this very important agenda, which is the preservation of biodiversity, and we want to spread it all over the world. Thank you so much for your participation. So to finalize here, I had the protocol just for you to say, I took a picture of your father. He's so proud of you when you speak. And I would like to thank you all for your presence, and please answer our satisfaction survey. I would like to ask our team to have here the link so that we can improve the events for you, because for us it's very important to know your opinion. Okay, thank you so much. We'll be back at 2 p.m.
Sejam bem-vindos de volta ao Seminário Segurança Hídrica.
Good
Meu nome é
afternoon,
Lídia
welcome
Aguiar,
back.
eu
I
sou
am
analista
Lydia
de
Aguiar.
sustentabilidade da
I
Firjan,
am a
e vou conduzir o evento
sustainability
nessa primeira
analyst,
parte.
analyst for Firjan.
Lembro que ao final de
and
cada painel haverá momento para perguntas
At the
e
end of each
respostas
panel,
que
we
poderão
will
ser
open it for
feitas
questions and
através do
answers.
acesso ao QR Code ou link
You
que
should
estão na tela.
ask your questions through the QR code available on the screen here.
Então, quem desejar fazer
So
alguma
whoever
pergunta,
wants
fique à
to
vontade para interagir
ask
com os
a
nossos
question,
painelistas.
please
E
feel
a
free
gente chega
to
agora ao painel Tecnologias e Práticas. E
make
convido ao
their
palco
own
o gerente
questions.
da
So
GS Lima,
now,
Eduardo
to our
Pedrosa,
next panel, the GS Lima manager Eduardo Pedrosa,
o gerente nacional de água da TNC, Samuel Barreto,
National Water Manager for TNC Samuel Barreto,
o gerente de desenvolvimento operacional da Iguá Saneamento, Rodrigo Pereira,
Operational Development Manager for Iguá
e para moderar o
Saneamento,
painel,
Rodrigo
Ronaldo
Pereira.
Ribeiro, gerente de recursos hídricos da Amazon.
And as a moderator, Ronaldo Medeiros, Hydric Resources Manager for Amazon.
Ronaldo, a palavra é sua.
Ronaldo, you may begin. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me, okay.
Muito prazer estar de volta aqui nessa casa.
It's great to be back here.
Não conhece um pouco da história da casa, eu recomendo que vá lá no Google.
Please Google Firjan and get to know a bit about this organization's history. It has everything to do with our state's history as well. So it's an organization which exists since 1850 with lots of history and many aspects regarding this country's development. So all of this has to do with what we are going to discuss here today, hydric security and safety. It is so important that last week my 15-year-old daughter had a seminar last week about this. What a coincidence. So this is how it's being discussed today, and an in-issue. So yes, I did bring a few questions from my daughter to bring content here. So let me open with a quick question to my colleagues here, up here. Does anyone have any idea why, why, a quick joke, why was water imprisoned in bottles? Because it killed thirst. What we came here to discuss today are two interesting issues, technology and practice. This means that not everything, in order to be to get improved, we need technology for. Only good practice is enough to improve certain issues. Of course, in the world of today, technology helps a lot. Innovation and all that. So I want to open this panel with a question for Mr. Pedrosa. And his is one of the most interesting technology subjects we are going to talk about today. His approach is focused on decentralization. There are some people who are quite surprised that we desalinize ocean water, since it's one of the most fantastic things on Earth. So, what is desalinization and how may it amplify our hydric security? How may it amplify our hydric safety and security, especially in some territories of Brazil which face big challenges regarding it? First of all, thank you very much for this question. Many have already heard about this. Before talking, let me introduce myself. I work for GS Lima. I am a director for the Latin American Foundation for Desalinization. GS Lima, my company, is over 65 years old. It was born in Spain during the Hídrica crisis. Today it is Korean controlled, and in Brazil works since the 90s, the early 90s, in the industry. It was born as the National Institute for Industry and Environment. So it was created by the Spanish government in the 60s to solve these issues. And precisely during these times, these years, desalinization came to be. So ocean water desalinization was born initially in a few key points of the planet, such as Israel, Spain, the Middle East. So there was new technology needed, requested in these areas, and technology has improved a lot from then up until now. It was very expensive back in the day. All of this changed. For instance, 15 years ago, to desalinize water cost 10 or 20 kilowatts per hour per cubic meter. Today, this price is down to 2.8 kilowatt per hour. Quite a reduction. So, on average, in order to make such an investment of such a project, it costs $1. So you are producing per cubic meter. You make the whole investment, you provide the population with water, so it costs you $1 per cubic meter. Desalinization goes on today in more than 170 countries. In Brazil, there are already some initiatives, and in the world, there are more than 20,000 places, including many industries that are supplied by this. In Brazil, Fernando de Noronha up north was the pioneer to do this, in doing this, and now in Fortaleza, the capital of the state of Ceará, there is a huge project of 1 cubic meter per second. It has already been licensed and it's under construction. So in this context, for less than $1 per cubic meter, well, less somebody mentioned. Thank you. Let me tell you guys, if you want to ask your questions, please use the QR code, and there you go, there it is. Your questions will pop up in real time here for me, and this provides us with a better interaction. I will mediate the questions I receive and pass them on to you guys. For Samuel Barreto, I have a question. This town, Rio, has many hydric resources. Last week, I went for a walk here in Corcovado in the Tijuca forest, and there's a lot of water there, and very humid, and I imagine got me to thinking about our water resources. And you work with this in Mato Grosso, so just as Rio, Mato Grosso seems to me to have many hydric resources. At the same time, faces water shortage at times. So what is your perspective on all that? Tell us a bit about first. Thank you very much for this invitation. I want to say hello to everyone. Thank you for your presence. Viviane, the whole Firjan team, Andrea, a great partner, Ms. Socorro, David, people from CNI. I am Samuel Barreto from TNC, an NGO that works with environment. I'm based in Sao Paulo, and green security is certainly a key issue. Sometimes we find ourselves in a kind of a dichotomy. We have just done a survey, and over 70% of Brazilians believe that it is possible to reach economic development with conservation and preservation. So we have seen how this environmental asset is key for economic development. So the climate extremes has become one of the key worries to Brazilians and overall to the lower class population. I brought a case study to illustrate this for you, to tell you a bit about our nature, what's going on, and how we have been losing this whole capital and these assets. So let's see this case study we did in Sao Paulo. It's called Invisible Reservoir in the region of Cantareira. So our focus is preservation here. So we understand that we must preserve, replicate, and distribute. But before all that, be very careful with our financials. Without this complementarity of the green infrastructure and landscape, with the restoration of our financials, we will not reach hydric security. Gray infrastructure is key, but by itself it's not enough. We must count on this, thank you, the springs. So we bring the spring awareness to spring preservation and protection. So we launched this study, this research in New York last year at the United Nations National World Water Convention. So alongside TNC, my company, scientists, we are based on science and research, the parts of conservation as well. The goal is to bring these water benefits of the investments in and economical analysis showing that the losses that occurred in Sao Paulo during the state's worst moment water-wise in 2014, and showing how we must prioritize and manage better everything that happened in Cantareira and invest well also the financial resources. Today, only 1% of, we did an analysis in 4,000 mega cities around the world, and only 1% of investment is made in recovering and rebuilding springs. So here we go, the Cantareira system. The Sao Paulo Water Company and us, we formed a partnership along using over 30 years of data. The Cantareira system, why did we use them? Because it is the main one, the biggest, the largest one, as well as its region. And this region represents 20% of the GDP of Brazil. We're talking about an area of 220,000 soccer fields, 200,000 acres between the states of São Paulo and Minas Gerais. We use 5 water models and modelings. So let's bring a bit of redundancy and complementarity of these models. So here in the Guandu treatment station in Rio, our idea here is to understand here how much water is retained or infiltrated according to rain, and we used several models to see what's the best one. These were the hypothesis sceneries. You can see 4. So on the one on the left, the first one, the scenery is all covered by forests. Second one, no forests at all. The first of all, 2% of the territory after 7, and then 14%. The first scenario is our current national forest code after the changes made in 2012. And the one of 14% was the one we found the best cost benefit ratio. It's called hills, and it corresponds to 32% of the Cantareira system. Here, to translate this graph, the part on the top in dark blue is the rain. What we usually look at is a small dot over here that you can hardly see, which is the superficial layer of water. We hardly look at that, but usually this is what we monitor. So pay attention to it, because the water which is in the soil, from there comes the name of the project, Invisible Reservoir. So the period of dryness, you can see a quick depression. So first of all, you have an absurd reduction due to the rain, and then the dryness was 50% worse than the worst ever dry period in the beginning of the 1950s in the States. So it was really serious. Here, if you take a look at the models for each one of the reservoirs, Jacareí, Atibaia, Aibacá, Juqueri, you can understand the scenario of minimum intervention, the forest code being applied to 2% of the territory, then in 4%. So the highest bar is your driest period. So the climax of each scenario is during the dry period. So you can see the answer, the reaction of this hills scenario, which brings us the highest input of water of all, when you need it the most, your driest phase. So what can we see? In a scenario of scarcity, the role played by the forest code. In these moments of crisis, we start to think about it. So when you are in crisis, you can notice and you have the perception of how to react. So here we have a complementarity of the legal area as well to provide us with the answers we need. So in an image here to translate, simulating an area, look, with and without forest covers. You have 2 tubes, pay attention. You can see in the first one, water, you have a lot of water, and then in the other one, you have no water at all. Just only now, you see a few drops falling in, but
yeah, we start seeing some drips. The water is cleaner than the other one. So this is a simulation of this scenario of when we have rain, we end up wasting water and soil, we impact with death, fertile soil losses, and you see, translating in a very didactic way, This is the effect that we hope with the nature solutions, mitigating the amplitude during the drought and the rainy seasons, decreasing the impact during the rainy season and during the dry season. So this would be the system. The forest end up helping that this water do not flow superficially or keeps the water in and allows the infiltration of this water in the water body, and we have water in the soil as well, and part of it will get back to the water system and part will stay. And we were able to measure all this data after 30 years of modeling, and this is a very important point, this modeling, and we were able to see that there would be 33% increase in water, not in the surface water, but in the water system. And this is important. It's not water in the river, but in the water system. And in periods, especially when you see that peak over there is the dry season, when you would have an even bigger impact. So this is the summary, but we also made an economical evaluation of all the losses that happened during this period of time, especially for the industry, as well as sanitation sector that are served by the Cantareira system. We had a point close to Cajamar system. We got a point and we evaluated how much the companies lost. We also made an analysis of how much it would cost to recover these 30,000 acres. So if we were going to do the maintenance and to plan with no passive active implication, it would have a smaller cost. But we did the total cost of it. And we also calculated the benefits of storage and carbon as well in terms of carbon print if you were to preserve that area. So you see here in blue would be the Cantareira without the crisis. The red would be the losses with the economic crisis, over R$ 1 billion, 1.6 billion reais. That was the cost of the crisis. And the green line shows how much the recovery of those 14% would attenuate all the losses. So you could see that is not a silver bullet right there, but you have a mitigation in terms of 28%. When you lost 1 billion point 6, it's a lot because it would be 443 million reais, and it would be even more if you were to calculate the total. So this is the summary of this 33% more of, but we need to do a disclosure of this process as well, because it ends up being a compass, because you have all the items in this process, because these models are developed by different data. You need to have quality data to be able to do this modeling. You need to do adjustments. It was used a long series of data, quality data, besides the interpretation, precision, and care. But this is to help us to in the decision-making process, and we see that we need to take more and more into consideration the climate issues, to take actions with no repentance. If we have a spring that lost almost 80% with degradation and compromising the capacity of infiltration in the soil, we have in the Pantanal a historic drought, and we see that in the future the capacity of refurnishing the soil is over 60%. Therefore, it lost 40%. So the preventive actions are very important. And this is part of the decision-making process. So the study here and what we are trying to do, even from a prototype we've developed in Santa Catarina with the water company from Balneário Camboriú and the State Water Company was to see any failures that we might find for the protection of the springs. So this is what we are talking about to do in São Paulo. We are talking about an agenda of 500 billions in sanitation that can be invested to recover the springs. If we are talking about water safety, the model today is to look for water further and further, creating conflict. It's important to have new systems, but it's key to consider this kind of agenda in the sanitation sector. Tomorrow we are going to have people from ANU. I've worked there for a long time, and now with the new attribution, we understand that ANU has a key role to elaborate a directive norm, because in all of the biggest cities in the world, only 1% of the income is applying in this kind of action. So I would like to highlight that this is key, but not enough. Besides, the nature solutions can deliver even 1/3 of a fight against climate change. For 2 acres, the impact in the Mata Atlântica has shown us that we can generate 1 employment. So if we are talking about 32,000 acres, we could have 10,000 jobs and a generation of local economy, and also this is the kind of thing that we need to think about. They are kind of redundant benefits. Dr. Braga always talks about redundancy, and these are key redundancies that we cannot do without. Thank you so much, Samuel. I would like to link your wonderful explanation with the water resources, and the question I would like to ask Rodrigo is that he has a project to fight against drought in Mato Grosso. And my question, Rodrigo, is what would be the strategy to fight against the drought in Mato Grosso, and how were they developed, taking into consideration what Samuel just mentioned about climate changes that affect our water safety? What are the main strategies you could tell us that you've done in Mato Grosso, having into consideration climate changes, and not only that, but how seasonable things are in the region? Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. Today, I'm in charge of the operational development in IBAMA, the Environmental Institute for Brazil. Then we are going to try to talk about what we do day by day. We look at the processes of the company as a whole, and we try to optimize processes in terms of getting excellence. And that's basically what we do in the operational development area. So I will start talking about our history. It's important to say who is Iguá, what we do in the sector. We are focused on sanitation, especially water and waste, spread all over the territory. We have some units in Mato Grosso, Paraná. We are in Alagoas, in the northeast of the country, in Rio de Janeiro, which was the last successful proposal we had for Block 2. And this is where we are right now. We supply for 3 million people. So now about sustainability, we have 4 key pillars here. One premise is that we need to grow new businesses. We always encourage the growth, basing always in operational excellence and sustainability and the regulatory factors that we have with the powers that be and contracts. So that's very important for us as well. So this would not be enough for our daily actions. With that, we created an internal sustainability plan in which we have water safety, which is very strong. We're going to talk about that. water management efficiency, waste collection responsibility, and social responsibility. So we are going to talk about Rio de Janeiro and water safety. And when we look into water safety, we are very much related to that and to people and the other points, because we need to bring a quality of life to the people that will use the water we supply. I would like to remind you that Brazil has a huge climate diversity. For us, that are in operation that goes from the center and the west of the country until the south of the Brazil, we need to take into consideration the difference in climate. The ecosystems are different, and the territorial occupation is very different as well. So I would like to reinforce here that last year we had one of the hottest years in history. 1.4 degrees Celsius above the average temperature. So we are talking about the same things, but I'm just showing why our strategy was very assertive because of these issues here. We believe that anticipating is the best way to get the outcome before things happen. So if an event has happened, what is the chance of it happening again? Data tells us that it will happen again. If so, I can take action to avoid this to happen again. Number two, mitigation. How can we reduce risks? How are the effects of that? What can I do to reduce this impact? And at last but not least, if the impact happens, how can we adapt to that? What kind of measures should we take to be able to follow and live into this new scenario? With that, we got IGUA water safety plan. In 2021, we got consultancy in the market to build a water safety plan. And the approach that was proposed back then focusing three main aspects, what we call the human dimension. If I have enough water and I can offer this to my population, if I have network bringing water to the city, and for how long can I supply them with water? Resilience. Do I have enough stock of water, be it artificial or natural? This was a question we needed to ask ourselves back then, and if we had a source that was big enough to guarantee my supply. And at last, the ecosystem that has to do with the capacity of our water bodies that we explore and to be able to perpetuate them. Is the amount that we take from them this amount of water we take from them allow them to continue as water bodies? So these are questions that we had to do ourselves, and in the end of the day, we got this table. 5 is the safest degree, and the others go down. From all of our operations, just one was below our level, but I'm going to talk about Mato Grosso countryside, because even though it does not have a low number there, the dry season is very specific and it takes very long. We continually have bad news about it. Cuiabá had 49 days without rain. I don't know who had the opportunity of visiting Mato Grosso in a period of a dry season, but I do not recommend because it's very hot and the weather is very dry. You feel eternally that you're toasting. It's different from Rio de Janeiro because here is hot, but it's humid. You just feel like you are cooking. It's a bit less terrible. So we need a series of measures to guarantee the measures of provision. So last year, just reinforcing what happened, we had temperatures of 42 degrees Celsius. I was in Cuiabá during this period of time, and at 4 a.m., it was 34 degrees Celsius at 4 a.m. So you can see that it's very, very hot. Can I interrupt you just to ask you a question? Would underground water bodies help to minimize these dry seasons according to the questions here? Yes, there is a lot of underground water, but they are in certain points. And one that is very close to Bolivia, the La Cerda, and another one in the northeast of the state, they are particular as far as exploration topic. In some cases, we are able to explore that and we fight the dry seasons with the underground water, but we usually choose to get the water superficially, and we have a strategy of resilience for the underground water bodies. So we are talking about Pontes in La Cerda, which is almost 880 kilometers from each other. So Rio de Janeiro doesn't even have 180 kilometers from one point to the other. So that's how big it is, the territory. So we have this degree with this precipitation very weak during the dry season. So if we add everything, we have about half of what we have in the rainy season. But the collider is the same thing. It's very hot and very dry during this period of time. So we were asking ourselves, what can we do to fight this? The demand was growing, and especially for the ones that work with sanitation, and you stop to think about that. When it's drier, you consume more water. There is a lot of dust in the water, you need to take more showers, you use more water when it's drier, the weather. And we had a demand that was oscillating, but from 2017 to 2022, the demand for water has grown. So with that, we understood that one, we needed to look for investment. So we started investing in new infrastructure, especially to store water. So we thought about two new reservoirs for that, storage tanks for the waters, and we also improved the automation system for the distribution of this water to everybody. So we were trying to have a balance between the demand and what we could distribute, and generators group as well, because our energy is more expensive and we needed this energy to keep distribution and to fight the loss. If I have waste, I won't make the water go to the people that need it. So fight against waste is one of the most important tools in terms of resilience. And that's because some cities in Brazil has over 60% lost. Can you imagine an automobile plant wasting 60% of its production? It's unthinkable. So we were looking into trying to stop that, to see who would be using the water, going around the measurement system, and we try to optimize the system and bring back the pressure. We have a very strong partnership, and that's where we would like to talk about taking dignity to people, because we started donating water tanks to the ones that were not able to buy them. So this is bringing dignity to people. In the southeast having a water tank is something normal, you know, everybody does. But some other places, this is not. We have some places where most of the houses do not have a water tank. So can you imagine just depending on the distribution? And why don't they have a water tanks? And why do we have here in Rio de Janeiro? Is it a cultural thing? I believe that is a very clear cultural issue because people used to have water in abundance, so they would not think about having a tank. I was in Manaus, for example, they would not accept paying for the water because they had the Manaus River right there with a lot of abundance of water. So the relationship with water was very different. I believe that it has more to do with culture than with finances. It's like they did not understand that they needed that because they always saw water in abundance by them. But electric power is different because if you don't have it, you will notice.
Tem algumas perguntas aqui, mas tem muitas perguntas sobre
There are many questions regarding desalinization.
E aí, por último, um plano de comunicação estruturado e muito forte.
And then a structured communication plan. In a drier season, we know there will be higher consumption, so we recommended criteria and balance in using this and tried to communicate this in campaigns to build conscience in people. What do you learn from that? You empathize and connect with the audience, users, and they can understand at the same time that not everything is under our control. Rodrigo cannot control climate change. He only adapts to it. So communication-wise, this works well. And then in 2021, there was studies where we had the reduction of all this with an implemented plan. The NPS, the impact on clients' perception is highly perceived by clients. Let's talk now about Miguel Pereira and Partido Alferes, mountain cities and towns of Rio. There was a historical deficiency of supplying in these regions during many years. So we had a problem, and we needed, these towns are neighbor towns, so they are literally besides, just nearby each other, side by side. And so how come does one have water and the other does not? So let me show you a bit of the map. So they were nearby, but there were different basins. Guandu Basin supplies better Miguel than Pati. Okay? So we thought, let's get under the soil water, underneath water. This will be our answer. And then this raises another question. This hydrogeologically, this area is very poor. There was not water to capture up there. So I did not have water in those wells to supply these towns and populations with. So we brought in a mobile unit, okay, a unity of 100 grams of filtration to supply water to Pati as soon as possible. In July of 2023, this was working, up and running, and so there was synergy built between the two towns, and an increase of 33% of the capacity of water treatment with this mobile unit. So if you haven't visited Miguel Pereira, try to visit it. There's a dinosaur park. They have beach soccer tournaments, and it's a mountain region. So the mayor wants to really invest and to make it a small part of Europe, if you will. So there's a lot happening, going on up there. We have campaigns. These are a few photographs. Let's see a 30-second video so you may understand what we did up there. Planning, innovation, and support by the population. Lots of money and resources invested. Now, finally, they have water, and we ask that you don't waste it. Each drop matters. Igual, working together today.
E aí, só para acabar aqui esse
And then,
curso,
to
né,
conclude,
já me dei demais, acho que não tem problema nenhum a gente ficar rezando para a chuva cair.
there's no problem to expect rain and to pray for it. I heard this back in 2013 from a lady, Sue Murphy, from Australian water. They had desalinized there not long ago, and so she taught us all this. So you have years of investment, but it is imperative to have a plan B in case it doesn't rain. So, asking Mr. Pedrosa now regarding desalinization. One of the questions from Max, from Lician, Mr. Lician, Licínio Rogério. His question is, may desalinization be utilized at ETE? So tell us, please, where is desalinization used? The state of California, USA, recently announced that a change in their legislation, they authorized, reuse, the reusage of water for domestic use. Can you bring up a yes or no for ETE, and at the same time about the desalinization of reusage water and a bit of the São Paulo Rio regulatory aspect? Thank you for this question. I have a presentation to show as well. There it is, but I'll try to work differently here regarding Rio's reality and try to connect with both of the previous presentations. As you could notice, the challenge in Brazil regarding the structure of the 1980s, our biggest challenge today is climate change. So people imagine that some places have abundant water supplying, but they don't. So the visibility that many people cannot imagine. Can you imagine Amazon populations who live by the Amazon River go through water shortage? This is difficult to imagine. So what happens is the ocean has invaded their rivers, and now they have salty water instead of sweet water as they did before. Measures for conservation of our springs. The waste in Brazil is huge. Which other tools may we develop regarding climate changes? Us, from GS Lima, let us mention Juliana, our sustainability manager. We understand that the usage of water and desalinization are tools to combat water shortage and inefficient distribution as well. We're not talking about the state of Mato Grosso, but coastal areas and regions. Ronaldo mentioned it So our focus today is to talk about desalinization. GS Lima works strongly in it today. We have been providing ArcelorMittal steel with this in the city of Vitória, state of Espírito Santo. Marco Polo is another company with our second biggest project. It will treat of sewage 450 liters per minute of sewage. So naturally, the industry understands the fragility of climate change. So these projects of Marco Polo in Vitória, these are projects and tools of sustainability for climate change. Let me talk a bit about opportunities and innovation. INIMA, the National Institute for Innovation of the Spanish government, was created to combat all these issues. It is under GS Lima. It's a pioneer. We have more than 200 plants. We are global leaders in desalinization. We are the only ones, GS Lima, who have plants in all of the continents, 33 plants worldwide, not only to supply the industry, but as well as agriculture. Those of you who know Murcia in Spain and this region of Almeria know the importance of desalinized water used in those areas and regions. Alicante is a region, an epicenter in this area. So what is the limitation? Magnesium, calcium? That depends. Water in industry may be used for towers to make water colder, or you have vapor. Usually the industry requires water, which is even better and higher quality than the drinkable water. In Rio, in Maricá, there was an important discussion regarding green hydrogen. That depends on H2O. H2, that's your main resource for the production of clean water. So you need highly clean water. If you put electricity in this water, the chloride will become so to make the water dirty. So another question, is desalinized water expensive? Here we go. Look at the evolution through the last 20 years. Its production today is, it costs 50 cents of a dollar, US dollar, per cubic meter. We price it at $1 US per 1 cubic meter. So in Brazil, 1,000 cubic meters would cost 4 to 6 reais. This finances amortization of investments. Technology plays a huge role in this, and I gotta tell you this, what changed from then to now? First, you had thermic processes. Then you used reverse membrane osmosis processes. You had energy recuperation, energy recuperators, and this evolved, but there's no material in these membranes. Acetate of celluloses. Today there's a huge revolution going on. Material engineering focuses a lot in these processes. If you use graphene in your investigations, you will even lower even more your costs. And then truly became the ocean a source of water. Second question, desalinization. Does it consume a lot of energy? No. Here's my analogy. It costs 3 kilowatt hour per cubic meter. In Chile, GS Lima went as low as 2.8 kilowatt. So the consumption of energy to produce desalinized water for a family of 4 is the same as the one for a refrigerator. So if we do this analogy, it's easier to understand. It's more expensive desalinizing ocean water than desalinizing usually sewage cleaning. You have healthy water. Number 3, something else. This is an important question. If you do this in the coastal area of Rio, for instance, Rio's population in coastal area is huge. So environmental issues. Is it toxic? Does it contain toxic components? No, it doesn't. So you remove the water and the salt and you leave the remainers. This water goes back to the ocean. The concentrated returns to the ocean and quickly goes back to the local salinity. There's some engineering to make this happen. This has been going on in the world decades from now, such as in Australia and other countries, since the 1960s. So the main worry are the animals which live in these areas. So these animals will not move away from their natural areas, original areas. So you launch this into the environment, and where you have fixed life living, there's not a huge, so that there's not a huge impact in these areas. There is engineering for that already. Number 4, something else, also very, very relevant, climate. Desalinizers do not spit out CO2. So, which means it is a sustainable solution. Now, regarding water reusage, you have the generation of biogas. You got to be careful with this methane. You need to burn the biogas. Or even if you don't give a correct destination to it, it may be very toxic. So we got to understand that desalinizers do not generate residues. Its work is associated with clean processes. So this is what I wanted to mention. Number 5, desalinization is an alternative of hydric supplying for the climate crisis. And GS Lima, our company, is part of a group that discusses, and we participate in a water positive discussion, which means it has to do with saving up the hydric sources around the world. Take Sao Paulo, for instance. It looks for water farther and farther away, more and more. So connection of water basins, building dams as well. So you need to move people, and you need to deforest forest areas. So this costs a lot. So this is why the European community has included ocean desalinization within their green management all over Europe. Desalinization is aligned with sustainable development. It's important to point out, it's not the solution of everything, but what matters is to have an adequate solution for each region. So You have regions of large cities in coastal areas. We also work hard in the de-use of water. Let's mention São Paulo again as operators of aquapolos as we are. Our project is already capable of producing water to refill springs if necessary. 2 years ago, we began this work. Let us recharge springs everywhere. Not necessarily. It depends from place to place. For instance, take the Amazon River. The solution up there would be, as our colleague mentioned, decentralization. A mobile unit. This may supply water to many communities. The Brazilian desert has decentralized through the Sweetwater program the water supply to these dry regions, and many communities get supplied by this method. It brings water to many, many places. So what we defend is that sustainable answers and solutions include desalinization, be it to recharge springs. We mentioned it here today. Reducing the importance of reducing waste, the concentration of water resources. So this is my message to you. And Jesse Lima, to conclude, once again, the value of water is not in its origin. It doesn't matter if it's affluent use or sewage. What matters is the quality, be it used for health, agriculture, infrastructure, and if there will be availability. A personal story.
I'm from Campina Grande in Paraíba. We always suffered with a water shortage. First we had water tanks, and then we had cisterns, and little by little we had to develop things to be able to supply water shortage. Then I came to São Paulo. I lived in Rio, Bahia. I lived in many places in Brazil, but in São Paulo we always had a water shortage, and I would always guess what was going to happen. I would tell my friend from the condominium, the first thing that will happen is that more people will look for new water wells, and then they're going to increase the reservoir volume. They will decentralize supply, and if the condominium have a pool, they will look for somebody to fix the problem. So the water issue is in everybody's life. So whoever thought that talking about water shortage, the biggest crisis I faced was living in São Paulo. Well, I have a series of questions now, very interesting, not about the value of water, but the value of the water project. And it's interesting because it gets water positivity and SCMC to tell us about what projects would help us to get water positivity and where the value comes from. The question is, what is the criteria to implement natural infrastructure projects to reach water? Is the interest over the investment, or is there any other issue that we need to take into consideration? Please tell us about this relationship between CNC and the industry and the projects. Good question. This issue about the investment interest, we understand that this needs to be desirable, but it cannot be a condition. This is an important point because we learned this with this drought that you were commenting in 2014-15. For the first time ever, Even I thought, wow, it will collapse now, and you don't have a plan B to supply a city with 200,000 people. In Guarulhos, that at the time was not served by the water company, need to have a police scout to get to some communities that did not have water for over 7 days. They were vulnerable, they did not have water tanks. The structure of their houses would not even support the water tanks. So it's like the pandemics. Everybody was affected, nevertheless, in different ways. So the investment interest is desirable, but it cannot be a condition for us to develop solutions. And we cannot do away with any solutions. We need to consider them part of an important solution, because all prognostics in Brazil and in the world, we see a general trend. In some places, it's even increasing, but in Brazil, there is a reduction of water surface. We even talked about that in the morning. In the analysis that Anna did last year, the reduction of water output. So we need to count with all resources possible. But of course, there is always an economical issue. The argument that was raised was that the possibility of something happened would not justify the investment, and it did happen. So the time to do the investment and to work on it is not during the crisis. It's much better to anticipate to the problem. We need to have redundancy in this kind of solution to protect our springs for the water safety and the hydrographic basin protection as well. So with the corporate world, we are developing a coalition that is a coalition for water created in 2015 with two groups. The outcome of that was in 6 hydrographic basins with companies that are in the same sector. They are competitors, but they understand that if they do not work together for water safety, they won't be able to continue. This is easy to say, but difficult to do. There is a whole process of corporate engagement and maturity, but what we can also do is a process of catalyzation to decrease this learning curve so that companies that have more capacity will be able to bring others. We have some examples of companies that would bring their competitive chain with others, and this is extremely important. In Rio de Janeiro, we have an action in a basin that we consider key for the state is the Guandu that supplies 25 million people and generates 25% of the state energy. There is a lot of engagement, even from Fijan and many companies, and the issue of governance. I'm seeing Altino here and Vera and probably other people here that I don't know. They are also participating of these hydrographic basin committees and other governances that are key, because nobody will be able to solve this problem alone. No company will be able to solve it alone, and there is a lot of practice of individual action, but we need a change process towards a collective action. So we see that a lot of times a company has a project that will solve a certain issue that costs a lot, but if you are in a collective action, you are dealing with another kind of problem, which is the reputation risk, because you don't need to only be, you need to seem to be for people's eyes. So I believe this is an aspect that decreases the risk of reputation, because when you work together with others, we get different actors, the public power, civil society, private initiative, all working together towards a common issue. You are talking about a collective approach to the problem, so I would like to ask you a question that came up here. How is the water credit situation in parallel to the carbon credit issue? Have them be regulated? Does it exist? Can it be shared between communities? I don't know if I understood your question. We have the issue of positive water to neutralize things different from carbon. Water is a more local issue because with the carbon credits, it doesn't matter if your project is in Australia. In Australia, the credit is for everybody. I don't know if I understood well this question about credit. I don't know if it has to do with the onerous bidding section that is being discussed, but you're talking about what gives people right to have an exchange of water surface. No, it's to get positive water positivity in a community, in a company. Well, this is being built. Nowadays, the United Nations, together with some associations, they participate in this discussion, but it hasn't been consolidated. There is the Hídrica management tool, but this is an issue related to the hydrographic basin, but the trend is to be within the impact. Like if you have a food or beer industry, if they cannot use that kind of water, nobody wants to drink the water made out of reused water, even though they do in another place. They can send it to an aluminum industry. This was done in Maranhão and it was a reference case. So sometimes one company can work together with another one. But I know that the associations are participating in these discussions with the industry. Yes, we are participating in these discussions and we are lacking some points to have a more robust solution. But going back to the discussion as about the bestowal, I believe that this has to do with this issue that is a very powerful tool, because in places where there is no basis for bestowal, there is even a project in the National Congress that allows to have this kind of thing in the water market, because today we have 35 million people that do not have access to potable water. But going back to talk about this coalition, this is mostly a combined effort to find a solution. For SEDAI, for example, TNC has an agreement of technical cooperation in which SEDAI will do a restoration work of 300,000 acres, which is very significant, and we will be studying this to bring more impact and more interest from the investment, but this will happen in a private territory. For that, you need to have the rural owner the nuance to that. You need to strengthen all the arrangement related to that. Thiago from the Boticário Foundation talked about that. We try to help facilitate processes because sometimes the idea is the easiest thing to do, but to put this into practice and to do all the institutional arrangement takes time and is one of the most important things. I have another question, I believe this for Iga, which is for rainwater reserves. What do you have in terms of capturing rainwater, and if you have any projects for big areas to improve water safety? Nowadays in public sanitation, we do not work with rainwater. There is some specific contaminant and risks, so we depend on a series of processes and risks to be able to do that. As far as I remember, we had a specific legislation that would make it mandatory for some companies to use rainwater in part of their structure. But as far as water safety, we do not have any conventional techniques that would be applied to sanitation structure that dates from the 80s to be able to decontaminate this water, because the rainwater comes with contaminants like sulfur, acid, in smaller concentrations that are in the atmosphere, but that we cannot take from the water in the conventional treatment. So that's why we do not have this now for water distribution. Of course, we can use it in smaller areas for more internal processes and so on, but not directed to human consumption. And what about gray waters, in which you do not need to distribute potable water, but you can distribute smaller amounts like for the industry, for car wash and so on. I believe that we fall into this issue. What kind of onerous sessions we are going to have to be able to distribute the gray water? It's still kind of nebulous as far as legislation, how we can do that, because I need basically in thesis to get the water back to the spring where it came from. Of course, this do not work for everything, because we produce beer in one place and we consume in another place. It never goes back to the same point, but there is a regulatory issue that needs to be understood. Yes, this is still being studied, and I'm going to talk about reality. Camaçari Industrial Center, there is a tank that has rainwater. These are completely dedicated to treatment, and when it's during rainy season, this water goes to another place, because during the drainage it was impossible to take this whole volume there, and the industrial sector made a project that got an award 10, 12 years ago to reuse this rainwater, but not as potable water, not to have contact with people, but for an industrial operation. But when you talk about gray water, that like shopping, we have Eldorado shopping in São Paulo that reuse rainwater that are the gray waters. This is an existent reality that we can reuse this water in different industrial installations and other before it gets into the sanitation industry, because gray water in sanitation becomes sanitary waters, and then you need to use the sanitation to reconnect things, and there is a whole other discussion to do. And besides the concession contract, you need to have the bestowal. But for Jesse Lima, the user is trying to be efficient. Within their initiative and installation, they are trying to reuse, like the industry that are reusing its gray waters and so on. But the big reuse of gray water would be to be able to use like the projects in Vitória and Apollo in Rio. We have some projects as well from Gás Lubi, which Águas do Rio are doing together with Petrobras, and these initiatives needs to grow. So as you said, what would happen in the case of a dry season? As you mentioned before, what if a long drought? Do you think this would encourage the regulation of such things? Well, every time we had an economical pressure, we are talking about social and economical pressure. What we live in São Paulo was an economical, social, and political pressure. I believe that Brazil right now needs to work on a good water project to use this alternative source. And the discussion would be very broad because this has a lot to do with the taxes that are applied more than the sanitation company. It has to do with the issues of titularities, how industry could use this kind of water. We have some cases of Aquapolo, Cezanne, but they are very specific, and even recharge of springs. I would like to add, yes, the next question would be for you. I can ask it. It's about the dry season in São Paulo. The water was just not what it usually is, but there is water in São Paulo that could be used in a contingency plan. So how can we use other sources of water in a dry season? Well, they are the invisible waters, but I like to say that it's important always to have the preventive action and the work to clarify things with society, because sometimes interpretation of the right measures depend on how things are explained to society together with the press, because it can be inverted. I remember that there was a measure from the regulatory agency about reuse of water that was
It is very difficult for you to determine these measures. You need to be prepared for it. So when these measures were launched, the regulatory agency, was very impacted by society and the industry. So the message sent out was, if you did not waste water and had efficient management, you were a fool, because now we are going to redetermine prices and taxes. When people talk about them, by nature, people are against taxes. So what I mean is there's some work to be done, and many times this efficient communication, strategic, with various actors, not only society, the issue of reusage goes through a tax issue and through a issue of industries. For instance, in São Paulo, they used to buy water from various suppliers. So there was a collapse. Companies bought the best water, the purest one, for industrial use, and this does not make sense. There's an issue, an economic issue. No one can do this by themselves. There is the protection of springs, all companies involved, será, Iguá. So once again, collective effort, a joint effort, and in Brazil this is very difficult to achieve. So how can we converge towards profit for everyone? Sometimes the Basins Committee is difficult to act and to work on this. So we need to reach a minimum conscience. The resources we use for this transformation, this change and shift, are very limited to this day. So there are resources available, we must manage them better. There are resources available from other sources. There are other investments we may go after. But for this, we must all be aligned. This exercise of converging, the effort of convincing society, is something which is missing in this puzzle. We are about to conclude, so I'll ask you to conclude. There are many questions here, so I'll ask you for, in 1 minute, your final remarks and your final message, please.
Primeiramente, sempre é uma satisfação falar de fontes alternativas.
First of all, it's always a pleasure to discuss alternative sources and climate change and hydric solutions. I want to say farewell, telling a bit about the story of the industry and the solutions it utilizes. The first step of the industry is to reduce waste, to save, and to look for intelligent ways out and solutions. Society must support all these and these initiatives. But this is not enough. So we must also be aware that there is industrial symbiosis which is necessary in order to convince other sectors of the industry about water usage. When you talk about water, you are speaking about a huge network where everyone is interested in gaining and profiting from it. So there is the need to establish clear political policies, rules of the game, in order to face climate change.
O discurso do Pedro, eu estou até sem palavras. Cara, eu comecei minha carreira e assim, eu tenho muita felicidade de estar aqui falando.
I'm very happy to speak about hydric safety here today because I started out, I began my career working with sewage, and now I'm on the other side of the coin, so it's a pleasure for me. If you look at 2011, we had sewage indicators which are very negative and low, and today we have improved a lot. And this is a break of paradigm, rupture of paradigm for society as a whole, and serves as an incentive for us to continue investing in hydric security. So measures of reusage, clean waters. If you take great examples such as Singapore, they are very successful in water management, and Brazil must copy many of those measures and alternatives. For instance, the area of the Aquapolo is another good example. Water there is cheaper, and you know, many of the incentives and the advancement of the area must be taken into account and worked on. I want to thank you once again for the invitation. Congratulate Kongjian, CNI, and all my colleagues. Our organization is an institution which is open to dialogue. There is no such thing as an absolute truth. We are open to cooperate in looking for answers. Count on us to join efforts. Our slogan, our motto is, people and nature may prosper together. And we hope for this role of taking responsibility of Kongjian by Kongjian. We are partners, CNI as well, in order to show the way and the path. There are many companies here which are strong enough and capable enough to bring in other players into the game. And we want to work alongside you guys to face the challenges and look for the answers alongside you guys. This will demand a level of cooperation which we have never had and reached. Climate challenges are absurd today and very present. We talked about this last week on the National Adaptation Plan, one of the major chapters. The first plan was written in Brazil in 2004. So much has happened from then to now. So things are happening very fast. But we are although, even though, able to find cooperation between public authorities, society, and private sector. This is our message. We may join hands and let's work hard with a sense of urgency to find the answers we need. Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Firjan. It's a great honor for me to be here with so passionate colleagues alongside me with so much expertise. My message is simple. Sometimes it seems we don't have scarcity of water, but we do need to raise awareness regarding water waste and pollution. So let's, take into account how uncomfortable it is. Let's think about it. Sometimes it's necessary to say no. The lack of hydric water safety, and we're looking for change, and we cannot put up with, the lack of sanitation, the lack of sewage, of proper conditions. We have the technology, we have the manpower. Let's not put up with these negative and low conditions, low quality conditions, and let's strive for the best. Once again, thank you very much. Very honored to be here in this panel. And now, Liliana.
Muito obrigada. Agradeço a participação dos nossos palestrantes.
Thank you guys for your participation, moderator.
Lugares na plateia.
Now, please, you feel free to return to your seats.
E a gente chega ao nosso último painel do dia,
And
saneamento e reuso.
let us now
E convido ao palco
get to
a
our
presidente
last
executiva do Instituto Trata Brasil,
panel.
Luana Preto,
Luana Prieto, President of Institute Trata Brasil.
a gerente de meio ambiente da Águas do Rio, Caroline Lopes,
Caroline Lopes, Environment Manager at Águas do Rio.
o gerente de meio
Rio
ambiente da
Waters.
Petrobras, Carlos Gonzalez,
Petrobras, Environment Manager Carlos Gonzalez.
e para moderar o painel, convido ao palco o superintendente de meio ambiente e sustentabilidade da Confederação Nacional da Indústria, Davi Bontempo.
And to moderate the panel, David Bontempo from National Industry Confederation.
Davi, a palavra é sua.
David, you may
Bom,
begin.
muito boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon,
Iniciando aqui o
everyone.
nosso último painel do dia.
This is the
Nos
start of
aguardando aí
our last
algumas
panel of the day.
informações, dos painéis anteriores, que eu acho que a gente vai acabar rediscutindo aqui,
Let's
mas
talk
trazendo
about
sobre
everything
uma
that
nova
was
ótica, uma nova
worked on
perspectiva.
today. Let's
Mas
look
a
for
ideia aqui é a gente falar um pouco sobre saneamento e reuso.
a new
Acho que o painel anterior ele
vision,
acabou explorando também a importância temática, mas a
and
partir
let's
aqui da
talk
visão,
about reusage.
dos participantes do painel, acho que a gente vai ter uma outra
And
abordagem também,
now,
principalmente em termos de panorama geral, em termos
let's have
de,
a different
de
look
aplicação de
because
investimento,
these
até
are
mesmo
different people
aí de
with
crises
different
que vão ser
approaches to
colocadas aí,
these.
pelos participantes. Mas a ideia aqui é que a gente abra primeiramente para alguma
The idea is to
e
open
logo
up,
depois a gente evolua em termos de pergunta para que a gente possa
and then we
ter
will
essa interação
open
mais efetiva,
up for
e também aqui com o
questions.
painel. Mas antes da gente iniciar, eu
Before
queria
we
colocar
begin,
uma breve introdução em relação
a brief
essa
introduction
agenda,
regarding
uma
this
agenda que vem
agenda.
evoluindo ao longo dos anos.
It has been
Você
evolving along the
colocou
years,
aqui no painel anterior
as
que
we
hoje a
mentioned
gente já está
before.
falando em tecnologias e inovação.
We have talked
a
about
partir do
technology.
reuso, então acho que essa é uma abordagem bastante importante. que
This
gente
is a
vai
very important
comentar
approach,
aqui, mas a gente
which
iniciou,
we will
essa evolução, essa virada de
talk
página,
about here today,
principalmente olhando para a
and
Política Nacional de Resíduos em 2010,
progress
se não me engano.
and moving forward has
Esse foi o
begun.
primeiro passo, houve então
This was
um
the first
amadurecimento do
step.
debate, da discussão,
The
que se
debate
falava
has
do
evolved,
próprio saneamento básico,
and
a
when we
luz
talk
dos
about
indicadores, que
sanitation
não refletem
and
uma
public
posição econômica
policies,
de um país como o nosso.
the financial
Então, acho
indicators
que,
not
vai ser
always
explorado
reflect
aqui
the
também de uma
situation
forma
of
mais,
a country such as
detalhada,
Brazil.
mas a
In a
gente
more
também
detailed way,
evoluiu em discussão dentro do Congresso,
we
a partir
have
do novo marco legal do saneamento básico.
within Congress,
Eu acho que a gente pode
through the new
trazer
legal
aqui,
mark of
após essa,
sanitation, we
deliberação
may
dentro
bring
do
this up
Congresso, a gente entra,
uh, within the discussion of National Congress, many normative acts are going to be approved throughout the years, but the important thing is to begin to realize if this was or if it was not actually profitable and positive for us, and if it will impact the country. And let's see the vision of the present institutions here today. So welcome Luana Preto, Institute Waters Brazil, Caroline Lopes, Environment Manager of Águas do Rio. Let's see the impact on investments, the regional impact, and our good friend Carlos, a colleague from Petrobras and CNI, National Industry Confederation. Let's see some case studies and how to use new technologies in order to ensure hydric security in entrepreneurships. Luana, please open up, welcome, and good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's an honor to be here discussing the basic sanitation issue that has everything to do with water safety. And my idea here is to give you a general panel of the situation in Brazil and the impact that we have both in the environment as well as in society as a whole. And what is the legal landmark and what have we seen and the movement that we've seen in terms of basic sanitation advancement. Sanitation has to do with a lot of GDPs, not only sanitation ones, because we talk about the reduction of hospitalization, better conditions for a child to be able to study, an adult to work, to have economic, social development, everything that is basic for that everybody should have in their homes. And we are talking about many GDPs that are associated to basic sanitation. But unfortunately, it's not a reality in big part of the population. 84.9 have access to water. The ones that do not have access to, they are in more vulnerable areas like favelas, rural areas, and we have over 2 million people without a waste collection and treatment. We've grown in that, but we still need a lot. We treat 52.2% of all waste that is generated, so the rest goes the way it is to our rivers and sea, and we waste 37.8% of all water that is produced. So like we said recently, let's focus on not wasting on our productive process. So this discussion is through some losses in spills as well as robberies and other unlawful connections, and we have 111.44 for our investments, and we should be investing 231 reais per inhabitant. Therefore, we are investing less than half of what we should be investing. We have 5,253,000 Olympic pools of gross waste that goes into the river, through the soil, through the rivers, and end up in the sea with all the pathogens that are there. And when we look into our country, we have a big inequality in basic sanitation distribution.
E a gente tem
The same way we
características
have
geográficas
inequalities
diferentes,
in
culturas
other issues.
diferentes.
We have different
Então, a
geographic
solução da região
aspects
sudeste
and cultures.
possivelmente não é a mesma
So the
solução da
southeast
região norte.
solution
Mas a
for
gente tem
sure
uma
is not the
desigualdade
same
muito
solution
grande.
we would
Enquanto no
find for
norte,
the north
64%
area.
da população
Because in the
tem
north,
acesso à água.
64%
Porto Velho, por exemplo,
of the
42%
population
só
have
da
water
população tem
treated.
acesso à água,
Porto
na
Velho
capital,
just
né? E 14% de coleta e
54
tratamento.
and
Na região
14% of
sudeste,
collection
a
and
gente tem
treatment. In
90%
the
da
southeast, we
população
have
tem acesso à água,
90% of the
80%
population with
de coleta,
access
60%
to
de
water,
tratamento.
and
E a gente vê que
80%
existe
of
uma
collection,
relação direta
60%
entre
of
investimento
treatment.
e
And we
acesso ao
see there
saneamento.
is a
Ou seja, se a gente
straight
olha no
relation
norte,
to
a gente tem
investment and
investido
treatment.
R$
In the
57
north,
por ano
we
por
have
habitante. Se a gente olha
57
o
reais
sudeste, a gente
per
está investindo em
inhabitant
média
per
R$
year.
130 por ano
And
por
in
habitante.
the south, we have
Então, o
130
investimento vai se
reais
traduzir em obras que
per
vai se traduzir em um maior
inhabitant
percentual
per
da
year.
população com
And
acesso ao
this
serviço.
translates
Outro ponto, o último indicador
into
é ali, ó, o
more
número de
people with
internações por doenças
access
de veiculação hídrica
to clean
para cada
water.
10
And
mil
with that,
habitantes.
we
Ou
have
seja,
more
existe uma correlação
hospitalizations
direta entre o
per
acesso ao saneamento
100 of
e a
inhabitants. So there is
diminuição
a
do número de
direct
internações
correlation
por
of
doenças de veiculação
hospitalizations
hídrica, ou seja, que poderiam estar
caused
sendo
by
evitadas, né? No
water
norte, 18
that could
internações
be
a cada 10 mil
avoided.
habitantes por ano.
In the north,
Na região sudeste,
18
4
hospitalizations, and in the
Ou
southeast,
seja, é uma
4
desigualdade
only.
bastante grande.
Therefore, we see
Quando
a
a
lot of
gente olha o ranking das 100
inequality.
maiores cidades
And
do
when
nosso
we
país,
see
né,
the
o próprio
ranking
Brasil
of the
divulga
biggest
esse
cities
ranking
in
anualmente,
Brazil,
a gente
and
vê que
Data
as
Brazil
cidades que estão em
discloses
verde
this
são as
annually. You
piores,
see the
as 20
cities in
piores
green,
cidades
they are
em
the
termos de acesso ao
the
saneamento
20
básico. E aí
worst
a gente fala de
cities
água,
for
esgoto,
access
telhas,
to
investimento em
basic
saneamento.
sanitation,
Grande parte
water,
dessas
waste, and
cidades
investment in
estão na região
sanitation.
norte e nordeste, mas existem
Most
algumas
of these
cidades
cities
também
are in the
no
north and
estado do Rio
northeast,
de
but there
Janeiro.
are
E as
also
melhores
some
cidades estão
in the state of Rio de
localizadas
Janeiro, and
majoritariamente
them
no
are
estado de São Paulo e do Paraná.
the best
Então, a gente
cities
vê
are in São
uma
Paulo and
desigualdade
Paraná.
grande.
So
A
we
gente vê
see a
três
huge
cidades que já
inequality.
atingiram todas as
We
metas
have
do
some
marco
cities
legal,
that
ou
reached
seja,
all
possível,
the
dá pra
objectives
fazer.
of the legal landmark.
Maringá, São
Therefore,
José
it's
do Rio
possible.
Preto,
We have
Campinas,
Maringá, São
já
José do Rio
atingiram,
Preto,
universalizaram
Campinas.
água e esgoto,
They
e atingiram
universalize
25%
water
de
and
perdas de água,
waste,
ou
and they
ainda
reduce
216
to
litros por ligação
25
por dia. São três
percent
cidades
of
exemplos no nosso país.
water,
A gente
liters
vê que
of
até
water.
Maringá já tem um investimento
And
pouco menor, porque já está
we have
universalizado.
Maringá with
O
less
investimento agora é de
investment
crescimento
because now
orgânico
the
do
investment
acesso ao
is
saneamento.
just
Mas a
for
gente vê
organic growth of
né,
sanitation.
infelizmente,
But here we
algumas
see,
cidades, né,
unfortunately,
muito ruins
some
em
cities
termos
that are
de
very
acesso ao
bad
saneamento
in
básico,
terms
né?
of
Então,
access to basic
é uma
sanitation.
desigualdade muito grande
Therefore,
ainda que a
it's a
gente tem
big inequality
país
here
quando a
that
gente
we
fala de
have in our
saneamento
country
básico.
when we
Eu
talk
trouxe a média
about
dos
this topic.
investimentos nos últimos
This
anos.
is the
Essa
average
linha,
investment.
em azul mais escuro é a linha do Brasil.
In dark blue,
Então,
we
a
have
gente chegou
Brazil.
agora em 111
So
reais
now
por ano por
we have
habitante.
111 reais per year per inhabitant. The 20th best
eles investem mais,
cities, they are green and they invest more, they have better indicators, and the lowest line shows that the worst cities are the ones that less invest in that. So there is no new horizon of that because this system has not been prioritized. So who is these people that do not have access to water nowadays? We made a study last year that says that usually young people up to 20 years old do not have access to this water. So we are talking about the future of our country that do not have access to the basic, and they have difficulty in the study and in the average grade. So this is the population that is suffering more. Therefore, we are damaging these age people that are usually black, brown, and indigenous, that the average income is to 2,400
Ou seja, fica naquele ciclo, né,
reais per
não
year,
consegue
and
sair
that do
daquele
not
ciclo da
get
doença, do problema,
a high
da
school
falta de
level.
desenvolvimento.
So we
E aí a
get
lógica
back
é,
to
né,
the same
saneamento
circle,
vai
and
trazer
logic would
saúde,
be
que vai trazer melhor
sanitation would bring
possibilidade de
health,
educação,
best
de aprendizado, de
opportunities for
renda, de
education,
produtividade, de turismo, de
productivity,
valorização
income,
ambiental.
tourism, and
No
environmental
último dado disponível, nós
value.
tivemos
The last
191 mil
data
internações por
available,
doenças
we
de
had
circulação hídrica,
191
dengue, esquistossomose,
hospitalization with
leptospirose,
dengue,
diarreia,
schistosomosis, diarrhea,
2.306
leptospirosis,
mortes,
and
morrendo, e principalmente crianças, por conta da
2,300
falta do acesso ao saneamento.
children
As mulheres
especially
também são muito
dying for that.
prejudicadas. O
Women
acesso
are
pleno ao
also very
saneamento
much
reduziria
hindered
em
because
63% o
full
número de
access
doenças
to sanitation would
ginecológicas.
reduce in
Meninas, muitas vezes, no seu
63%
período
of
menstrual, não vão para a
gynecologic
escola
problems.
porque não
Sometimes
conseguem fazer
the
a sua
girls
higiene.
cannot
E às
go
vezes
to
a gente
school
nem pensa nisso,
in
né?
their
A gente fala de
periods
equidade de
because
gênero
they
sem ter o
cannot
básico
do
para poder ir para a
their
escola no seu período menstrual.
individual intimate
O impacto
hygiene.
direto na educação, né? Onde não se tem saneamento,
Straight
a
impact
escolaridade
in
média de 10
education.
anos
Whenever there
aumenta
is no
entre 11
sanitation, the average
87
age
anos. A
is
gente tem um site que é o painel saneamento, onde
8.7
vocês conseguem
years
entrar
old.
e
So we have a
ver a
panel
cidade
that
de
talk
vocês,
about
qual que é
your
essa
city
escolaridade
and
média,
see
qual que é
what
esse
is the
acesso ao
average
saneamento, qual é a renda média.
age
É bem
of
interessante.
the children
E o
in
trabalho?
school,
Quem
up to
não
what
tem acesso
age
ao
they
saneamento
get,
ganha
and
em
what
média
about work?
R$ 2.100,
If you
quem
do
tem
not
ganha
have
em média
access to
R$ 3.300.
sanitation,
Ah,
you
mas aqui
get
não tem saneamento para quem é na
2,100, and
escola.
if you
Bom,
get
aí tá o
sanitation,
problema.
you have
A gente
3,300.
tem que levar
So
o
that's
acesso
the
ao
problem.
saneamento
We
para os
need
mais
to take
vulneráveis.
access
Lá, muitas
to
vezes,
sanitation to the
que o
most
acesso ao
vulnerable
básico pode
ones.
transformar,
That's
pode
where
fazer uma
access to
criança
the
sair daquela
basics
bolha, furar
can
aquela bolha
help
e
the
trazer uma nova
child
vida para a
to
próxima
get
geração.
away from that
32,7
situation
milhões
and
de pessoas
go
sairiam
to the
da
next
situação
generation
de extrema
in a
pobreza
better
com acesso ao
situation. So
saneamento. E a
32
gente poderia,
million
como
people
país, né,
are
a gente
in
está
a
falando no
poverty
meio da
level,
crise
and
empresarial,
we are
ter
talking
um ganho de 1,4
to companies
trilhão
here.
de
We
reais em
we
benefícios
could have a
econômicos
gain
e
of
sociais
1.4
com a universalização do
trillion
saneamento.
of
Por quê?
social
A partir do
benefits
momento em que
for the
eu invisto em
population if
saneamento,
we
eu
would
reduzo
invest in
gasto com
sanitation,
saúde, com
because if we
remédio, com
invest in
internação,
sanitation, we
eu
reduce
ganho em
costs with
produtividade, as
health,
pessoas
we
vão
gain in
produzir mais, vão
productivity,
render mais,
people
vão
will
faltar
produce
menos no
more, there
trabalho.
will
A
be
gente tem um
more
valor de 438
in
bilhões de
at
reais em
work.
produtividade.
We
A
have
gente atrai mais
22
turistas, ninguém quer ir
billions
pra uma
that
praia,
is
vai ter dor
connected
de
to
barriga
productivity,
depois, né,
and
por
we
conta
would
da água
attract more
contaminada,
tourists
porque
because
pro
nobody
será,
wants to
na
go
época
to
do verão, a
to
gente
the
tem
beach
ganho de
that
valorização
where they would
imobiliária.
get
Tudo
sick.
que a pessoa quer é ter uma conta no seu
Everything
nome,
that people
né?
want
Acho que
to
isso
is to have
é o que traz
an a
dignidade
bank
para a vida
account
das
in
pessoas.
their
E
name,
a gente tem
so
um
we're
novo
going
marco,
to have
que foi
more
dito anteriormente, né?
work,
Ele
and we
traz
have a
um
map
critério,
that
regulação,
shows a
competição e
triangle
eficiência.
that we
Então,
have
empresas públicas e privadas
regulation,
passam a
competition,
disputar,
and
quando
efficiency.
contrato
With
de
that, the
programa
different
ele é
companies
findado, passam a
start
disputar essas novas
competing for
concessões,
new
esses
concessions,
novos contratos
new
precisam até o ano de
contracts
2033 ter a
need until the
universalização do
2023
acesso.
33 to
Dos
have
pontos que o marco legal trouxe foi a possibilidade
universal
da
access to
regionalização, ou
water.
seja, uma
Marcos
prestação
talked
de um
about the
serviço regionalizado
regionalization
entre
to have
cidades
a
grandes e pequenas,
regional
e
service
também
uniting
a
small and
necessidade
big
da
cities,
comprovação da capacidade
and the
econômica
need
financeira por
to
parte das
prove the
companhias estaduais
financial
de saneamento
capacity
básico.
by
E
the
aí, todos os
basic sanitation companies. So all these companies, they pass by a comprobatory financial comprovation, so proof. The ones that are in a different colors, they are fighting for that. So many of these states, they are doing studies to model, but even though others are still trying to reach the mark of the legal landmark, like Campina that has a public service, is one of the best, São José do Rio Preto as well, Maringá is a state company, so what we champion is that they will be efficient, but if they do not have the financial conditions, they need to look for other companies. Some study shows the BNDES that invest over 60,000 billion reais and others structuring studies. Therefore, there is a perspective of improvement in regards to that. The challenges to be faced is that we need to create awareness in the population. We are in an election day year, and we need to talk to our candidates. What is your goal as far as basic sanitation to the population? What are you going to do that? Because if we will vote on them and we don't know what is their idea about that, the politicians will not compromise with that, because we still live in the conditions that people do not believe in investing things that the population won't see, but we need to demand this from the politicians, and things that the vulnerable communities need access to sanitation. Waste system and network need to be connected to treatment and to the houses, and we need to have this in the municipal and public agendas. So this is the site where you can look for your city and find all this information, and that's it. I try to give you a general panorama. Thank you. Thank you, Loana. We already have some questions now, but we are going to wait for the next round. Now, Caroline, please give us an idea about investments in the Guanabara Bay. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. I am Caroline. I am an environment manager in Águas do Rio, and I came with a challenge, which is to talk about our Guanabara Bay. It's a gigantic challenge because we've been talking about recovering the Guanabara Bay for many years. So I would like to start with a picture that was taken this year in Paquetá Island that we're seeing right there in the island. So my presentation is about hope, because it comes from a bad scenario, but to bring hope that it's possible to recover the Guanabara Bay, and as a society we have a lot to do to recover the environment. So I would like to tell you who Águas do Rio is. It's part of AEGEA, the biggest private sanitation company. We have many municipalities that we serve to, and in Rio de Janeiro we have 27 cities. Diana showed the worst cities, and 3 of them is in our concession area. So just for you to see the side of the challenge that we have ahead of us to change things. We are talking about very poor areas where people do not have access to the basic. And what we have is try to reach data to get to 2030 with 90% of waste collected and treated and 99% of water distribution. So now Guanabara Bay. The bay has a gigantic challenge around it, because I like to say that it is like a pool. I would love if it would be possible just to substitute the water that is there, but it's not so. The bay has a dynamic because it has an area where it has more exchange with the sea. Some areas, the currents are basically static, so all this scenario of everything that comes in and out needs to be thought of when we talk about a recovery project.
There's also an association, a parallel amongst the volume of water which flows from that river and the condition of quality of the water from this river. This comes from a bulletin by INEA, which shows and is illustrated in this second slide. So, and PowerPoint. Here you see the most populated regions of the Guanabara Bay, and the most populated areas are those which have the least access to sewage around there. And in red, you can see the quality of the low quality of water, the red dots, and the water quality in these areas is considered very bad because population there does not have access to clean water and proper conditioned water. So this is the highest concentration of the organic water supply with no treatment. So how can you change this scenery? First step, recognize and admit that what is different is different. So we cannot compare different areas because each area has different timings, conditions, absorbing, and so on. So different areas need to be treated differently, recognized, seen differently, and then each one needs its own approach. And this is established by the National Hydric Resources Policy. So get the hydrographical basin of the Guanabara Bay and acknowledge that each region has different conditions, situations, and needs. So, speaking about payments and access to these communities, if you plan to charge taxes from them, many of them already pay for this, for their clean water, in the social tax. So, you must be fair and charge each one accordingly. And finally, take into consideration that there is gradual evolution. There's no free lunch and there's no magic. It's a work in progress. And we will be able to reach our goals with time, with consistent work, such as we have done in the south zone and region of Brazil. So our rhetorics and our presentations begin to be a bit repetitive in the sense that you gotta show society that yes, we can reach our goals and reach environmental recovering. Now let me show you a bit of the strategies we used currently for environmental recovering. Have you ever heard of the CTSs? Dry time collectors. There's an investment of 2.7 billion reais in 5 years of concession. So we began to operate in August of 2021, and we began effectively operating the systems in November of 2021. So the recovery of the Guanabara Bay, for those who don't know what it's about, it's going to be implemented in most of the bay. How does this system work? In traditional engineering, you have the traditional sewage separator, where in the door of our houses and companies, there's a separator. The brown lines you see is the sewage going to one side and then to the other side. But historically in Rio, population, since they don't have access to a nearby sewage net, so what did they do? They connected their own sewage to a net, tubes and all that conducted rainwater. So the CTS intercept these draining nets where sewage used to pass, and it uses a already existent structure, and it intercepts the sewage to bring it to a sewage treatment station. Why is it better to have a CTS dry collector? Because of the limits. You must remember that draining connections are made to contain and direct sewage, so there is no risk of incorrect usage. The maximum defined net makes it possible to optimize, even with rains, the usage of these connections. So these are agendas which include the obligation of the concessionaire to, I want to point this out, keep working on this. And now, moving on. One other format we have is new technologies. So we have a engineering fight per se. Now we have the Mangue Basin. There's a river in front of Sambódromo and the bus station Novo Rio. That's the Mangue Basin. It has several contributor rivers near Maracanã. These neighborhoods of Grajaú, Tijuca, Maracanã. What are we doing? Experimentally trying a new technology to see what can be done. It is a basin which is smaller, in a smaller scale, not as big, but challenging as well. It has good sewage recovery, and we began to study it, and we said, take this small basin and let's do some hypothesis training and tests to see what may be done. The first of them is, if you are talking about an existent separated area, our work is easier. We installed cameras in some areas to see what we can do. Now, here are some other alternatives I'll show you. This image shows the Salgueiro mountain. This is what you see in this image. Can you see the difference? Can you notice from one photograph to another, the difference in the coloring of the water, the color of the water? This difference happens in a bridge to another one, and they are less than 5 meters away. On the one side, you can see the end of the river, and on the other, you cannot. So we investigated, we studied and researched what goes on there. There is a draining gallery underneath this bridge, which supplies this community of Salgueiro. This is why this is going to be one of our initiatives to try out CTS in this type of scenery. The other part of our project is video inspection. We have absolute separators already, and we know that many people are incorrectly connected to the draining connections. So we plan to identify the illegal and incorrect and improper sewage deposit, irregular, and in order to attack that. So be it within our area of work or not, we are identifying one by one. And finally, one other technology we've been trying is the one similar to the one in São Paulo, Sabesp, there, the São Paulo company and the Pinheiros River. So what is responsible oxygen is what does the depuration. We tried this. There were experiments at the Joana River. If you go to a ball game, soccer game in Maracanã Stadium, you see this huge cylinder by White Martins Company, and this is a huge lung, as I call it, for Rio, and we want to see how the river reacts. So we need to see the efficiency, what can be potentialized and used in other regions. So step by step, we have been modifying this artificial basin and monitoring all that so we can identify what may be done, thinking of the basin as a whole. So if you go to Maracanã Stadium, please pay attention to that. This is a huge lung which oxygenates, brings oxygen, feeds oxygen to this river. So now, how may I work with areas which are still possible to recuperate? I got the example of the island of Paquetá. It's a small island in the heart of the Guanabara Basin, and Paquetá was the first neighborhood where we implemented this model. There was already a network connection existent in the island, and it supplied. It ended up in each of the beaches, and this brought trouble to the region and territory. So we mapped it out from Paquetá Island and intervening in order to recover the connections there. So look at the month of January, for instance. So these are, you can see the dots, and this was very alarming to us, and we started to wonder, is anything going on? Does this have to do with, what's going on there, pollution or something? And but at the end of the day, it was working, and we were able to implement, changes in Guanabara Bay, and due to the proper, even the sole hydrodynamics of Guanabara Bay. When you have lots of rain, there's in many parts of the year. There are many possibilities for the island of Paquetá. The first image I brought showed that very well. We have a photographer, he's a partner of us, and he began to photograph many baby dolphins in the Guanabara Basin as a result of this change in pollution and sewage. One other example, Flamengo Beach, once again. This is a case where even having good sewage installations there and connections, there was not so much clean circulation as well. So we were obligated to intervene, and Flamengo Beach had its last good year in 2016 during the Olympic Games, and then it was under 50% of the time. This table shows July of 2023, last year. We reconstructed some CTSs that existed in the beach, but which were not working. So, things began to work well again, and during starting out in the second semester of 2023, in 2024 we have 68% precise measuring, and before we had under 15%. Now we have over 23%. So this is a great change, and we're very happy with it. Another classic example is the São Conrado Beach. This is another one. It had a absolute separation system, but did not reach not even 30%. So sewage used to go straight to the beach. From 2021 on, we began to identify change, and so we began to take a close look at that, work consistently there. Lots of recuperation. We moved from 40% to 76% of cleanliness. Today, São Conrado Beach is at 86%. So this is another evidence that, yes, we can change and reach our goals. Another example is the recuperation of nature. So alongside the National Development Bank, BNDES have invested 7 million reais in nature recovery in the regions of Maricá, 100 acres, and in the area of Magé, 40 acres of nature. Once again, mentioning solutions for nature. Gray engineering, yes, is necessary, but it must be applied alongside nature recovery, and this is what we've been building. Guanabara Bay, throughout the years, has lost all the swamps that used to conserve it, and we began to join forces and efforts in order to rebuild the ecosystem. The swamp is huge, and it is capable of controlling floods. It's absurdly efficient and intelligent. It works 4 times as efficient as other recovery systems. The swamp has an immense efficiency which we are not able to, in fact, identify, be it in Rodrigo de Freitas Lake or in the Guanabara Bay, whichever you choose. So in total, we are going to recover 36,000 square meters of swamp in an area which is very destroyed and has no life anymore. And something else which is really interesting in this project is that it applies re-socialization as well, the involvement of society. It generates jobs. So this way, we're able to generate feelings for nature and consciousness, to raise awareness. Some people are actually able to make a living with recovery, reforestation, and swamp economy and economics, if you will. Our idea is to have one of the swamp as an ally in environment recovery naturally, and to be able to get a healthier Guanabara Bay at the end of the day. This video
So this is an action that gives us a lot of pride. So you can imagine in one cleaning, 120 tons of waste. It's a world of things that come through channels to get to Guanabara Bay. So you can imagine, it's a huge work, just public power, a concessionary and society together with collective awareness, especially about waste, can do that. A lot of people do not know that the waste, if it doesn't go to the right place, it ends up in the ocean. So thank you so much. Thank you, Caroline. Now, talking about your last sentence about waste, I would like to bring a principle from the circular economy that to get to the waste is a resource, and I will pass on to Carlos to show how Petrobras has been using the technology of reuse water to promote more efficiency in their plants and so on. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You are resisting to this end of afternoon. I would like to thank CNI, Fujian, CEBET for the organization of this event about water safety and all the different celebrations regarding the World Day of the Water, and I would like to thank you for the diversity here on the table. It brings a lot of good debates when we have diversity on the table. So I would like to break protocol. I needed to talk to Sandra Maghini. She was my teacher. I'm always happy to meet her when I come here. So I'm very happy to see Professor Sandra here. So when we talk about sanitation, for sure, we talk about a source of supply for the industrial sector. To advance on basic sanitation means advance in making one of the main alternative sources of supply, which is the reused water that comes from waste water. But before getting into the importance of the tool, I would like to talk about how we use the water in Petrobras to get to the importance of reuse of water for the company. Petrobras operates in different industries. We have exploration, oil production, refineries, biorefineries, different typologies with different specificities and particularities, but all of them have in common the need of water for this activity to happen. Some are more intensive in the usage of water, others less, but what is as important to the company as oil is, especially if you go to the refineries. Even though there are some changes, we have about 1:1 in the refinery plants. For each cubic meter of oil, we need 1 cubic meter of water. It's not completely equal, but very close. So for the refinery to have oil and water, well, both have the same importance. There is no difference. And today we need per year 150 million cubic meters for all Petrobras activities. From these 150 millions, 26% is by reuse of water. They are internal initiatives. But we still capture from the environment 150 million cubic meters per year. If we are to talk about the population demand, this volume represents 2 million inhabitants. In other words, it would be the equivalent of a city like Belo Horizonte. So what we need to get from the environment is the same amount that is used in a capital like Belo Horizonte. And this is not only relevant, makes water relevant to us, but makes it very complex as well. When we look at our main users of water, we see some units that are very close or within population concentration units, which is exactly where there is problems with water access in terms of quantity and quality. A few years ago, a unit of ours had to stop operations due to the lack of quality of the water because our operation was not able to use that quality of water. Nowadays, we have units of our company that capture water and works in the quality. So we use in the plant the water from the waste, sanitation water. So water treatment became a strategic point for Petrobras. So we've been proactive in terms of water, acknowledging the strategic importance of this resource, as well as the importance of taking action to reduce its water safety, but also to contribute to water availability in the circuit in which we are connected. Because we will always depend on new water, we will always be dependent on renewable water. And with that, we've been working towards getting to 2030 with a total capture of 30 million cubic meters. Just a few years ago, it was 20 millions, and we hope to get at 2030 with just half of what was captured in 2018. And this has to do with the whole series of internal actions. It's a 50 actions we have. It's not exact because every year we revisit this portfolio. Some projects that are not so interesting anymore, they leave the portfolio, and until 2030, all the millions of cubic waters that we might deliver, 20% of the volume will be based on actions to improve water safe improvement and to reduce losses. We know that in the structural sector, it's always a fight. Every time we fight against it, and every time we find some losses. So we will be working towards reducing the use and also reducing losses. But we are talking majority about reuse of water internally, but also externally, because Petrobras nowadays, just recently, has signed a contract with Águas do Rio to supply the water that will go to the Gaslub industrial sector that will be treated in Exxon São Gonçalo, which is 22 million cubic meters per year, which is equivalent of 700,000 inhabitants. So you can understand, in a metropolitan area, this is a new enterprise, because if you don't need to capture this much water that represents a population of 700 million, it's very representative. And for Gaslub, this has allowed a discussion that is advancing towards the possibility of substituting the usage of industrial water from Hídrica, which is our biggest refinery, that capture and uses the water from Rio Bandu, and also to substitute the industrial water by reused water. We've been discussing that. And with that would be more 300,000 inhabitants in terms of impact of this action. So I believe it's very important right now to see this moment at Petrobras. I believe that in 2026 we'll have a very relevant landmark, because that's when the external reuse will be part of Petrobras supply portfolio. Today, our offshore usage of water is mostly done by desalination. We have water recycling, we have internal reuse with high technology. The demand of water that Petrobras needs for its process is very high. The main process are thermal process, and you cannot have this with low quality water. So the reused water ends up being inverse osmosis level. And now in 2025, we are going to start external reuse as a new source of supply, which is the project from Águas do Rio together with us to supply for the industrial gas ducts. So if this works well, we are going to substitute the potable water with these other projects in 2028. And these are two projects that will contribute a lot for this future water capture. But it's important that we also say that our initiative and ambition do not finish here with the usage. We would like to advance in improving water access. We have today a mission for the company to look water positiveness. So Petrobras business today are based on this, to look for positive water, reducing potable water usage and using the local water with reuse. So this is what supports our sponsored project. We have the social environmental project from Petrobras, maybe one of the biggest environmental program in the country, and it has this as a guideline for us in this portfolio in the public interventions that we regularly do. So we continue looking into using the least amount of water possible, but also we are looking towards helping with the water supply, working with different projects with the third sector. That's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Carlos. I will go back to Luana. Luana, you've shown us many indicators, basic sanitation. Today we have an objective of 99% of potable water access and 90% of waste collection until 2033. What is missing now? Are we on the way for that? What are the barriers you see for us to reach this goal? It's a very easy question, actually. I would say that we are on the way for that, not at the speed we should. When we talk about 2033, we are talking about a very short period of time. I would divide our over 5,500 municipalities in three groups. There is one with good indicators that has invested and prioritized basic sanitation. They will reach the goal. They are either close to that or they've reached it. Or sanitation is closer to them. We have the other municipalities that have bad indicators, but sanitation is in the agenda. They've evaluated what is the financial capacity of that area. If they do not have finances, they will look for a concession. Therefore, it's a city that is investing. Even though they have low indicators, you know, the person that lives there, they have an horizon of hope ahead of them. But unfortunately, we still have municipalities with very bad indicators that aren't doing anything. And then in these places, we have the risk of not reaching the objectives of the legal landmark. For example, the Acre state has 50–60% of access, 70% of treatment, and spends 13 reais per year per inhabitant when should be investing much more than 230 reais. So how can we have a perspective of change in the people that live there? They don't. So I would say that as population, and I would say here, mea culpa, we demand much more access to the internet than to basic sanitation. There is more people without access to sanitation than to access to the internet. So we need to change the individual's mentality. Our children, Mrs. Maria talking to her neighbor should be talking, when is sanitation ever coming here to demand basic sanitation? Because whenever the population demands that, the political forces will invest on that and it will happen. So unfortunately, in this place, some places we don't have sanitation as a priority. I would like to ask about financing. You talk about the need for financing to make access universal, but what do you see as a difficulty? Is the cost of financing too high? How can we overcome this? You also talked about how difficult it is to invest on something that people don't see, that don't get people's votes. But at the same time, if you finance sanitation, you're going to impact hospitalization and health. So how can we bring all these advantages in this election time, when it's so important for us to elect the right government in our cities?
For every real invested, we on average have a profit or economical and social benefits, not only in health, a profit of around from 4 to 5 reais. So the question of funding, first of all, universalization of funding is a joint effort amongst public and private investment. Funding is oxygen in your veins. So when you talk about funding, banks, social banks, development banks, the International Development Bank and others, everyone wants to invest in sanitation. Us, as a private company, want to invest in it too, sanitation. We want to invest in stuff that has a positive return for society. Banks wish to do that too. So I do not believe that it's lacking money. What you lack is structured projects. You need structured projects so that people decide to invest on them, invest in them. So this is what we need, to realize that we need solid and clear projects and models, mapping out opportunities. We are in high debt. Let's do a PPP, private-public partnership. But there's no use in trying to do the same, looking for different results. This is my trend line as an engineer. I look at the past. I grew 1% a year. Let me do the same thing to grow 10% a year? No way. So we have examples of the past. Let's analyze them, study them. Let's do some flashback, and then, build new and better projects for these resources to be applied. Very well. It's the beginning of a new path to improve the environment, to improve projects, to improve our reality. How do you work with maintenance? It's a wonderful work, but what about the afterwards? I mean, keeping it up. How can you avoid from walking backwards? So you need to monitor the flaws in the existing systems and structure. So if I have a system which is not working, it's because we failed in maintenance. So naturally, any well-structured investment has its capex, but it also has the correct maintenance to keep it working and that asset underway and that investment keeping, like you said before, well done, it's about joint effort. If you look at the Guanabara Basin, it's not only sewage that you have there, you have a lot of garbage there. So you need municipalities to impose, regarding garbage disposal, clear and strict rules and regulations. And Petrobras is a great example of that. They have a project for Reduc, the Duque de Caxias refinery. One of these projects is that the area of Campos Elíseos, an important neighborhood of the neighborhood of Duque de Caxias, with very low development statistics, must be involved in there so that regulations improve and may benefit this area. So it involves public governance as well as industry in order to control and improve environment, which are a common object for all of us. So we are also speaking about reverse logistics, which is also a huge responsibility here, and it involves the responsibility of the commercial agent, of the supplier, of the consumer. So speaking once again about Petrobras, various points were mentioned, brought up. In your perception, how may we improve more and more this percentage of these resources so that this hydric safety may be improved? And is there any project showing desalinization as a key point project measure to impact? And what about risk and diversification in these entrepreneurships, and in order to lower risks? Okay, first of all, speaking about investments, often when you talk about investments, it seems like a problem for the public sector, more than that for an industry. But I'll go further regarding what Caroline said. When we invest and we think more broadly about a new alternative, you're talking not only about CAPEX, but about OPEX as well. And OPEX is a difficult discussion. Something else is the capacity of execution. That is a challenge for everyone. And for the industrial sector as well. A project must be internalized into the logic of a business and recognized as so as profitable and beneficial and positive. And once that is attained, you have the capacity of execution and executing it efficiently. So this is what you need to move forward with the business. We go into a whole new discussion where we need to discuss the HH of a process, of a project, in a portfolio of higher impact. What is the net present value of such project? What is the impact? What is the expense? What is the effort required? So there's a whole new, great exercise of capacity of execution. So you got to bring in the environmental issue into the business as a new reality in order to face it, evaluate it, and make precise decisions. In regards to advancing in water capturing and having various alternatives for it. I believe a winner strategy embraces having this issue constantly within the strategic priorities of the company. When you have a hydric crisis, as we had in 2015 and 16, the worrying of a hydric crisis may easily and quickly go away. How do you keep that in mind of major companies and as a priority, strategically speaking? I'll give you an example of Petrobras. We felt this need in 2012, 2013, before everyone else, the hydric risk. This discussion began in the World Forum in Marseille, France, 2012. We brought it home to the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro to discuss it. We came up with a domestic tool, which is the risk statistics for hydric scarcity. Every 2 years, we review this number, we generate it, we update it, we update our map, and we show the whole company the hydric risk of each and every unity of Petrobras which use water. Today, this risk of all the unities represent 90% of our sweet water, clean water capturing. So we discuss this every year within the company Petrobras. We have a criticity hydric map, and based on it, we come up with our strategic planning to face this issue. So within the company, after a while, this issue has been internalized, and it is no longer a stranger for us. It becomes nothing new anymore. So it goes through this, midterm, long-term work, where population must identify it as a critical factor, and no longer criticize the importance of taking measures in mitigating this risk. And to sum it up, it's about internalizing the issue within companies. Next question, more broadly. Currently, in Brazil, we prioritize public policies regarding environmental issues. But there's a flip side to that coin, which is the economic impact in a more general sense. So, what kind of incentives do you see? Are you able to identify indicators, technologies, and other ones you have mentioned? How may we create this stimulus in your, according to you? Very good question, David. First of all, it's about control, strict control, statistics, measuring. We know that everything evolves, and there are new tools available to face our challenges, our upcoming challenges. The previous panel mentioned that when we face a hydric crisis, as the State Department, we take steps, sometimes those of companies which have not advanced. For instance, in 2015-16, during the crisis, one of our refineries was facing a reduction of 30% of supplying a refinery of its supplying. It's not its processing capacity, but we ran the risk of stopping more than half of its production, and due to the refinery's importance, there was the danger of supply. And we were speaking of the most modern and optimized plant in the whole of the Petrobras system. This was not recognized in the moment of crisis. So, amongst other things, we need recognition of the measures which have already been implemented and are being implemented by various sectors, so that we may ask for them accordingly and according to the national policy of hydric resources, and determine a correct distribution of water within our basins by population and usage. We know that there are measures that we can take to increase your efficiency of usage. So we need a more efficient management, which may be recognized in crucial moments such as that of a hydric crisis. And when we speak to medium and small companies, my impression is that being a big company, Petrobras, us, we are not demanded not only for what we need to do, but what needs to be done to implement the value chain. And when we talk to small and medium companies, disinformation or uninformation is very critical and present regarding the hydric resources and capacities and needs. And there's also the lack of knowledge regarding alternatives of funding, financial and investments regarding more efficient alternatives and ways out. So there's a lack of mobilization, information, and training by large companies to rationalize the information. I agree with Luana. Investment is available. Funding is available. Many people do not reach it or access it because they don't identify it as a necessity, a need, because things are not connected. But working in this connection, the state plays a big role, the industry as well. It is crucial so that we may broaden our vision towards small and medium companies. Luana, how do you see incentives to change this reality? We have evolved and improved. We continue to improve. I liked what you said regarding the value chain. It is very important. Large company have its governance, their governance, well structured. Regarding resources, I have the access to financing ever since, as long as I attack the social issues as well. But we do have a huge challenge when you come to think of the industrial sector. So we need to mature. The big players need to bring in and bring to the table this knowledge and this maturity of the small players regarding hydric resources. Many times, smaller companies are tied to their costs of operation because they're trying to they're simply trying to survive. So they don't watch hydric resources they don't see them as, aggregate value, added value. So we still need to improve. I liked what you said about the environment and strategy. When you talk about an organization's strategy, it becomes its culture. But when it's not seen as such. So when you're outside the strategy, you need to push.
Em 2006, minha primeira grande entrega.
I joined Petrobras in 2005. In 2006, my first big project, I needed to map out the Sweetwater volume utilized by Petrobras. We didn't know that. I needed to research that. And then, you know, many times we were required to, we weren't, well, very welcomed by the company. Today, we've gotten to a point when last year they asked if our numbers were good, our statistics were coherent. So this is a, yeah. When you talk about funding, we talk about various issues, about, you know, taxonomy and sustainable initiatives, various projects, sensibility, how much will be destined or allocated into competitive funding, but and also regarding the consumer's point of view. I think Caroline was able to perceive, you know, her projects. How do you see the need to have this within a strategic initiative in order to deliver for the consumer, which is the one who, at the end of the day, will make the decision?
Well, after all, it doesn't matter to have a sewage network at the door of the person and not have their house connected to it. So a concept that is used in Águas do Rio and that the market today acknowledge that is that. So when we look at the consumer, we see them as the central stakeholder for our business, and we use the social license to operate. So each one of the final consumers, and we have a group that is called affluents, that know the local leadership, and they are the ones that take to us the agenda, because sometimes you need to talk to a politician from the neighborhood to talk about the water, about the waste. So this person rupture, because with that each person of society feels like they are important to take the needs for from the community. So we have social channels to bring society into this conversation. Listening here, he's one of the participants of our project, one of these active people that make the project happen. So I believe that we need the social license for things to operate. We need education for things to grow. We have a research that shows that people use the benefit, like Flamengo Beach is one of the most used beach lately in this last year, but they cannot relate waste sanitation and environmental recovery, because when there is a lack of water, it's visible. But what about waste? Do they ask themselves what happens after they flush the toilet? So this is an issue. We need to start bringing this to society and to rethink sanitation and to have it in the agenda as something more important than the internet, because it has a very core topic behind it, but people need to acknowledge this role. And it's a continuous work, and it's a transformation, and I believe that the industrial sector is very important for that. They have a lot of initiatives. This is an agenda that we call SG, that is evolving and growing, and it's leaving the red tape, going to, oh, let's change the strategy. Let's bring society into this discussion. And sustainability of the business will depend on society engagement for sure. So we talked about governance in your last speech. We talked about public policy, financing, investment, new technologies, and we hope that all that changes this scenario and of reuse. So I will pass on to the final considerations for us to be able to close our panel and our day.
Finalizar a nossa participação.
So we'll start with Alana. So first of all, I would like to congratulate you for this rich discussion. I hope we can be here 3 or 4 years in the future and see better numbers than the ones that we have today. I believe that population awareness has to do with events like this one. I would like to congratulate the colleagues with beautiful speeches. We see that some companies are looking to do a difference. I like to say that each one of us needs to be a missionary for basic sanitation. We need to replicate this knowledge to change this reality so that we do not need to worry in the future if we are going to have water in the quantity and quality needed. If each one of us do their homework, we won't need to worry about this. And I hope we have better outcomes in the future. Caroline? First of all, I'd like to congratulate the event. I talked to Lydia. The program is very good, it's very rich, and it's a pleasure to talk about environmental agenda. And in the future, I do not want our cities to show in Luana's panel, because this is very sad. So this is the challenge, so that in a few years we won't have that list there. I want to be in a positive ranking, okay? This is our goal for the future, to bring water and access to waste, and we count on you as multiplicators of these ideas. First of all, thank you all for being with us until the end of this. I would like to thank CNI, CBED, and Fijan that always receive us very well in their events. And I think that when we talk about sanitation, reuse of water, and all, we are talking about sustainability in a very broad manner, not only for the industrial or business sector, but for the society as a whole. Between many impacts, the lack of sanitation robs us of dignity as people, and without dignity there is no future. I believe this is the most basic thing we need to solve. With sanitation we have dignity, we have citizens that will give in the future what our society needs. So thank you, Lana, Caroline. It was a pleasure being here with you. I would like to also thank you participation of all the participants in the panel, Ricardo, Lana, Caroline, and the team from Fijan, CBED, and CNI for organizing this event that goes until tomorrow. But also I would like to leave a message of support to the industrial sector, because it's very important for the country's development, and CBC is at your disposal. Whenever we talk about sustainability, as we talked about many topics here, have a great end of the day. I'd like to thank the participation of our panelists and moderator. Please take your seats. And this is the end of our first day of event. I would like to ask you to answer our satisfaction survey that is in the QR code in the screen. It's very important for us to know your opinion, to improve our events. And tomorrow we have a second day of events in which we are going to talk about sponge cities in China, green infrastructure and water safety, and extreme events in resilient cities. See you tomorrow.